Chapter 2038. The 100,000 soldiers from the Fire God Palace were defeated, but Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were not happy. Although they managed to defeat the soldiers, the Phoenix Nest was completely destroyed. The Phoenix Nest held a special meaning to the Iron Blood Taoist. The destruction of the Phoenix Nest infuriated him and made him want to fight the people from the Fire God Palace. "Greetings, Mr. Gu." The middle-aged Taoist led the 11 bandits and bowed to Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been in danger. One should know that the Iron Blood Taoist alone was not a match for the 100,000 soldiers. Yes, Gu Fei stood in the sky and nodded. "I've decided who to follow, Mr. Gu. Whether you want to stay or leave, it's up to you." The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at the middle-aged Taoist and the others before saying this. In his opinion, Gu Fei was definitely not someone a greater completion, quasi-saint, could compare to. To the Iron Blood Taoist, following Gu Fei was also an opportunity. The middle-aged Taoist and the others were stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and said in unison, "We are willing to follow Mr. Gu." "Very well." Gu Fei chuckled. At this moment, he had complete control over the 13 Iron Blood flags. Before this, these unruly bandits hadn't been truly convinced of his power. After this battle, they saw Gu Fei's true strength. Then, Gu Fei and the others returned to the forbidden area. There was no one in the Phoenix Nest forbidden area. Before this, everyone in the forbidden area had followed the 12 bandits to kill their way out. The Phoenix Nest forbidden area was a void of heaven and earth. This void was independent of the greater heaven and earth and had a radius of several dozen miles. Refine this void into your body. Gu Fei carefully examined the forbidden area of the Phoenix Nest and found that the Iron Blood Taoist, who cultivated the Immortal Bird Mystic technique, seemed to be able to resonate with the void in this area. Refine it into my body. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but jump in fright. The bandits behind Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were also shocked to the point where they couldn't be any more shocked. "This is a bit of my understanding." Gu Fei raised his right hand and pointed. A ball of divine light immediately flew out from the tip of his finger and entered the Iron Blood Taoist's forehead. This is the Iron Blood Taoist felt his consciousness enter his Niwen palace. Then, various cultivation experiences and insights appeared in his mind. This was a cultivation method of the inner world. Gu Fei had come into contact with the inner world much earlier, so he knew much more about it than the Iron Blood Taoist. Comprehending the void and opening up the world. Not everyone could grasp such a method. "Thank you, Master." The Iron Blood Taoist was extremely excited. This kind of cultivation comprehension was too important to him. If he could really refine the Phoenix Nest forbidden area into his body, his strength would at least double. A great perfection quasi-sage with an inner world was much stronger than a great perfection quasi-sage without one. "Come, let's go out." With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei led the 12 bandits out of the Phoenix Nest forbidden area, leaving the Iron Blood Taoist alone in the Wind-Tide forbidden area. The Iron Blood Taoist was very grateful to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had given him the spiritual will to cultivate the inner world, which gave him the capital to become almost unrivaled among those of the same level. The middle-aged Taoist and the other 12 bandits followed Gu Fei, which greatly increased Gu Fei's influence. Even if one's strength had reached the level of a supreme, he would still have to do everything himself if he didn't have a faction of his own. Even if a supreme possessed unrivaled strength, there was still a limit to a person's ability. He couldn't do everything himself. With his own faction, he could leave many things to others and cultivation resources would continuously flow to him. Gu Fei wanted to establish his own faction. With the addition of the 12 bandits, his faction could finally stand on its own and appear before the world. However, this wasn't the time yet, as this wasn't the soaring dragon ancestral star. The thousands of Iron Blood warriors who had survived this battle were the elites of the elites. Although there were only a few thousand of them, Each of them possessed great strength. Gu Fei opened his inner world and stored the thousands of iron-blooded soldiers into his inner world located in his dantian. It was a divine land, and it was no longer deserted. This sacred land contained the great desolate planet's Meng family, as well as the 3 undying emperors that Gu Fei had subdued in the Naraka Dao, as well as the countless undying life forms behind them. Now that the thousands of iron blood warriors had entered the sacred land, the entire sacred land was divided into 3 parts: the undying life forms, the great desolate planets Meng family, and the iron blood warriors. These 3 factions each occupied 3 large regions. The 12 bandits didn't intend to enter Gu Fei's inner world. After all, it was just an inner world, and it couldn't be compared to the outside world. The stage for the strong was the outside world. At this moment, Gu Fei's 3 disciples were all in seclusion, including Zhong Liming. They wanted to increase their strength as soon as possible before returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star. It had been so many years since the great era of the human realm. A superstorm was about to erupt. At that time, those with weaker cultivations would be eliminated. Only the strong would survive. What? The 100,000 fire god warriors were defeated? As Gu Fei brought the 12 bandits back to the immortal Venerable city, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the mountains in the southern region of the ancestral planet. The elders of the Xian clan roared in the ancestral court. Everyone was taken aback by the result. 100,000 Vulcan warriors had been defeated so quickly. Zi Yunlong, how are you going to explain this to the elders? An aged voice rang out. On the peak of a mountain sat 5 old men. In front of these 5 old men knelt a slightly plump young man. Ancestor, it's not that we didn't want to fight, but our opponents were too strong. Gu Fei and the city lord of the immortal Venerable city teamed up to defeat us. Zi Yunlong said. Gu Fei, the Gu Fei who defeated Zi Yinshao 10 years ago, an old man exclaimed. They were extremely familiar with Gu Fei's name. One must know that even if they didn't want to, it was impossible for them to not know Gu Fei. That was because the most outstanding disciple of their clan had been defeated by him. If it wasn't for Gu Fei teaming up with the city lord, we wouldn't have lost. Zi Yunlong said with a firm tone. The old man on the peak fell silent. Gu Fei was famous for being ruthless. He hadn't shown himself for 10 years, but he did something shocking this time. We can't let Gu Fei live. Chapter 2039. At night, Gu Fei and the 12 bandits entered the celestial Venerate city. The city lord of Wuji City personally came out to welcome Gu Fei and the others into the city lord's mansion. That night, the city lord of Wuji City held a banquet in the city lord's mansion and invited some outstanding figures near the celestial Venerate city to accompany them. Brother Gu, please. The back garden of the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Under an osmanthus tree, there was an ordinary stone table. The stone table was 3 feet long and less than 1 foot wide. There was a seat at the top and there were 8 chairs on each side of the table. This surprised Gu Fei. The city lord's mansion was not luxurious at all. It could even be said to be very simple. The decorations in the city lord's mansion were also very simple. After the everlasting city lord and Gu Fei took their seats, the people who had been invited by the everlasting city lord also sat down. Among the 12 bandits, only the middle-aged Taoist had followed Gu Fei to the banquet. The bandits did not like to attend such banquets. You are Gu Fei. As soon as Gu Fei sat down, a young man in white looked at Gu Fei coldly. His eyes flickered with a cold light and a faint battle intent appeared on his body. There's going to be a good show. There were 9 people who were invited by the Wuji City Lord. Among these 9 people, there was a white-haired old man, and there was also an 11 or 12-year-old child. However, no one dared to look down on them, be it the old man or the child, especially the person who looked like a 12-year-old child. He was not someone to be trifled with. This person was already famous and was called the Tongtian child. He was one of the most powerful people in the area ruled by the celestial Venerate city. I am Gu Fei. What do you think? Gu Fei glanced at the white-clothed youth and spoke indifferently. This person was clearly here for him. Gu Fei could sense the battle intent that was directed at him from this person. Humph, I heard that you are very powerful. You defeated Zi Yunxiao 10 years ago. It seems like you're just so. The white-robed youth said proudly. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help being startled. Had this fellow been kicked in the head by a donkey? He actually dared to say such words in front of a killing god. Just 1 day ago, Gu Fei had injured old divine General Huizun and scared off 100,000 fire god soldiers. Such an achievement was really shocking. At this moment, even the Wuji city lord frowned, but he didn't say anything. Who are you? Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. His face did not reveal any expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Feilai Mountain, Helian Lingyue. The white-robed young man's expression was arrogant, as if he did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Feilai Mountain? Never heard of it. Gu Fei shook his head. You, hearing this, Helian Lingyue's sword-like eyebrows straightened. Her eyes emitted a cold gaze as she stared at Gu Fei. Feilai Mountain was the #1 cultivation force under the jurisdiction of the immortal Venerate city. Even the Wuji city lord did not dare to slight the future master of Feilai Mountain. The Helian clan was a big clan. The influence of this clan covered the entire Middle Continent. If the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion was the ruler of the Middle Continent, then the Helian clan would be the second ruler. The Helian clan of Feilai Mountain was only a branch of the Helian clan. Don't think that you are so great just because you defeated Zi Yunxiao. Helian Lingyue's tone was extremely cold. Impudent. How dare you speak to my master like this? At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist could not help but stand up from his seat. Following this, a powerful killing intent surged from his body. What? You want to fight? Seeing this, Helian Lingyue's eyes flashed with excitement as though she had no choice but to beg. As the master of the immortal Venerate city, the Wuji city lord did not say anything. This Helian Lingyue was incomparably arrogant. He did not like this fella. Since the Wuji city lord did not say anything, the others did not dare to say anything either. They were all watching the show. Brother Wuji, look! The middle-aged Taoist looked at the Wuji city lord who was sitting on the seat of honor. He, if the two of you wish to spar, I have a martial arts arena here for you to spar to your heart's content. The Wuji city lord smiled. This, seeing the Wuji city lord say such words, everyone was extremely surprised. As the master of this place, he did not try to stop the fight. Instead, he seemed to want the two of them to fight. Very well. Brother Wuji, please lead the way then. Helian Lingyue was very arrogant. However, he had the ability to be arrogant as well. This young master of Feilai Mountain had already reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. Even in the entire Helian family, he could be considered as a top-notch existence with such a cultivation base. In Helian Lingyue's opinion, that Zi Yunxiao was definitely someone with an undeserved reputation. As for old god General Hua, who was injured by Gu Fei previously, he was only injured by Gu Fei due to his carelessness. Helian Lingyue believed that with his great perfection, quasi-sage cultivation base and strength, he could easily sweep away all the young experts in the southern region of Ancestral Star. The limitless city lord didn't hesitate. He actually stood up from his seat and walked towards one of the training grounds in the city. Follow me if you have the guts. Helian Lingyue looked at the middle-aged Taoist and said coldly, I'm afraid of you. The middle-aged Taoist was really infuriated by Helian Lingyue. He had never seen such an arrogant and conceited fella. Today his horizons had been broadened. At this moment, Helian Lingyue had already walked out with the Wuji city lord. The middle-aged Taoist hurriedly followed. He wanted to beat this hateful fella up so badly that he would have to look for his teeth on the ground. He wanted to let this fella know that there was always someone stronger than him. Be careful. This fella isn't simple. A voice rang in the heart of the middle-aged Taoist. He was secretly shocked. He then nodded at Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's reminder. Hellion Lingyue came from the second strongest power in the central region. His cultivation base was extraordinary. At least, he had never met a worthy opponent since he started cultivating. This had nurtured Hellion Lingyue's arrogant character. He thought that he was the #1 expert in the world and did not put anyone in his eyes. Even the famous figures of the older generation were the same. However, he had to admit that Hellion Lingyue was really a cultivation genius. Even some famous figures of the older generation were not willing to provoke this fella. Because of this, Hellion Lingyue became even more arrogant. However, if she was too arrogant, it would become arrogance. Actually, the Hellion family was the second strongest power in the central region. Many people were afraid of the Hellion family, which was why they were not willing to provoke Hellion Lingyue. If Hellion Lingyue wasn't a member of the Hellion family, he would have been killed long ago. He wouldn't be as cocky as he was now. One must know that in the world of cultivation, strength was the deciding factor. Without strength and a strong power, one would only be eliminated. Although Hellion Lingyue's strength wasn't the strongest among the great perfection quasi-sages, the power behind him was not to be underestimated. No one was willing to offend such a power. However, Gu Fei was fearless. Gu Fei didn't care which superpower this fella came from, as long as he provoked him. So what if he was the Emperor of Heaven? He would kill him with a single punch. The Ziyun family was powerful enough. It was a superpower founded by the legendary Ziyun sovereign. However, Gu Fei was still fearless. Zi Yunxiao was strong enough. Zi Yunxiao even used a drop of supreme god blood left behind by the Ziyun sovereign. However, he was still defeated by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's achievements didn't make Hellion Lingyue feel threatened. Hellion Lingyue even wanted to fight with Gu Fei and trample Gu Fei under his feet. Even those who were friends with Hellion Lingyue were incomparably shocked by such crazy thoughts. Hellion Lingyue had a nickname, Lunatic Hellion. This fellow was just like his nickname. Sometimes he was truly a lunatic that made people's hearts turn cold. The martial stage of the immortal Venerate city was a special place. Looking in from outside the martial arts field, one would feel that the martial arts field wasn't that big. However, when one entered the martial arts field, one would feel as if they had entered another world. The martial arts field that was originally thought to be very small was actually more than a dozen miles wide. Since it was a martial stage, this was the place where the experts of the immortal Venerate city sparred. However, when Gu Fei and the others arrived at the martial stage, they were a little surprised. The martial stage was very clean. Even the floorboards on the ground didn't have a single crack. They were very intact, as though they hadn't suffered any damage at all. This martial stage was too new. It was as though it had just been built. Gu Fei and the others were outside and didn't enter the martial stage. At this moment, Hellion Lingyue was already standing in the middle of the martial stage, staring at Gu Fei and the others coldly. Then, a scene that made Gu Fei a little angry appeared. Hellion Lingyue, who was standing in the middle of the martial stage, actually raised her middle finger at them. Roar! The middle-aged Taoist didn't have a good temper like Gu Fei. He glared and roared. Then he leaped into the martial stage. Buzz! Just when the middle-aged Taoist jumped into the martial stage, the void suddenly trembled. A light screen rushed up from the surroundings of the martial stage, then enveloped the entire martial stage. A sage aura was emitted from the transparent light screen. Faint Tao patterns were faintly discernible on the layer of light screen. Saint-level spirit array. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The everlasting city, Lord, was really generous. The spirit array of the martial stage was actually a saint-level spirit array. One should know that a saint-level spirit array wasn't that easy to set up. After all, in the current world, other than the might of the sage, only the spirit array grandmaster could set up a saint-level spirit array. Let's start. After defeating you, I still want to have a good spar with Gu Fei. Hellion Lingyue said impatiently. Preposterous. Don't cry later. Chapter 2040. Come. On the training field, Hellion Lingyue hooked his finger at the middle-aged Taoist. He had an indifferent look on his face, as though he could defeat the other party with a single stretch of his hand. Preposterous. The middle-aged Taoist was truly enraged. He did not say anything else, and directly fanned the 5-colored feather fan in his hand towards Hellion Lingyue. Boom! A 5-colored divine fire immediately surged out from the 5-colored feather fan, burning towards Hellion Lingyue in an overwhelming manner. The void was burnt and destroyed by this 5-colored divine fire. 5 elemental divine fire. Although Hellion Lingyue was arrogant, he was still from the second strongest power in the Central Plains, the Hellion clan. With a single glance, he could tell that the 5-colored divine fire from the middle-aged Taoist's 5-colored feather fan was the 5 elemental divine fire. The 5 elemental divine fire was incomparably powerful. It was a type of heavenly fire formed from the essence of the 5 elements. If one were to be burned by this divine fire, even a great perfection, quasi-sage, would be burnt to ashes. His body and soul would be destroyed. When fire comes, water will drown. Look at my boundless water. Hellion Lingyue shouted. Both his hands moved in the void in front of him, and a wave of blue water immediately surged out. It was like a heavenly river bursting its banks, surging towards the 5 elemental divine fire. The moment the 5-colored divine flame collided with the water, a lot of the fire was extinguished by the water. This, the middle-aged Taoist was taken aback. Although Hellion Lingyue was very arrogant, she did have some real skills. It should be known that the 5 elements divine fire emitted from his 5-colored feather fan was not something that could be extinguished by ordinary water. The water that Hellion Lingyue attracted was not ordinary water. Rumble, the power of the water element, was vast and mighty. Hellion Lingyue seemed to have really attracted the water of the heavenly river from the 9 heavens, gradually extinguishing the middle-aged Taoist's 5 elemental divine fire. This shocked the middle-aged Taoist. Fire was no match for water. These were 2 forces that naturally countered each other. The water that Hellion Lingyue attracted finally extinguished the middle-aged Taoist's 5 elemental divine fire. Go. After extinguishing the 5 elements divine fire, Hellion Lingyue directly controlled the power of water. With a thought, the water blue power immediately turned into 9 water dragons that pounced towards the middle-aged Taoist. Open. When the middle-aged Taoist saw that the 9 water dragons were about to pounce on him, he separated his hands. The void shook, and a huge spatial crack appeared in front of him. This, outside the training field, the people who saw this scene could not help but be shocked. This middle-aged Taoist cultivation was also very powerful. He tore the void apart. The 9 water dragons crashed into the spatial rift and were sucked into the chaotic void. What? Hellion Lingyue, who originally wanted to defeat the middle-aged Taoist in one fell swoop, was incomparably shocked when she saw this scene. This middle-aged Taoist was capable, and he was not one of those people who deceived the world. After devouring the 9 water dragons, the spatial crack quickly repaired itself and soon disappeared. Hellion Lingyue was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that the victor would be decided very quickly, but now it seemed that it would not be so easy. The strength of the other party had exceeded his expectations. You take this move of mine. As the middle-aged Taoist spoke, a vertical eye suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Wisps of destructive aura spread out from the tightly shut vertical eye. Swish! The vertical eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead suddenly opened, and a purple-gold divine light rushed out. It was as though an endless hell had been opened. A terrifying destructive force spread out with the divine eye as the center. A heaven-devouring force came out from the vertical eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead, instantly enveloping Hellion Lingua. He wanted to devour Hellion Lingua into the purgatory world of destruction behind the divine eye of death. Hellion Lingua was clearly shocked. This was a mystic ability of the legends. No one had been able to cultivate it for a long time. But today her opponent actually used this mystic ability. The Eye of Death had the terrifying power to destroy everything. As long as one was swept by the destructive divine light of this divine eye, even a great completion quasi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul. As the destructive divine light swept over, the pores on Hellion Lingua's body instantly shrank. Dense goosebumps appeared on her arms as her hair stood on end. This was the most direct reaction of a human's body when they encountered danger. Swish! Hellion Lingua soared into the sky, dodging the cold divine light. After that, she took out a fist-sized bell and shook it. Ding-ling-ling, a melodious sound rang out from the bell. Ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the bell. It was a strange sound wave. Buzz! When the sound wave spread out, the middle-aged Taoist felt as though his head was hit by something heavily. After that, he felt a little dizzy. The divine light of death emitted from the divine eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead immediately weakened by more than half. There were signs of it dispersing. Musical assassination technique. Even though they were outside the martial arts field and were isolated by a saint-level array, everyone outside could still feel their souls being shaken. They felt as though their souls were being sucked away by some kind of power. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but turn pale. The feeling of their souls being sucked out of their bodies made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Some of them quickly sat down and circulated their qi to resist the sound wave. Humph! People from big clans like these always have a few good things on them. Gu Fei wasn't affected by the soul-sucking sound of the bell. That bell should be a magic treasure refined by a great completion quasi-sage. However, great completion quasi-sages who knew the musical assassination technique were rare on Buzhou Ancestral Star. This was because when the musical assassination technique was cultivated to a high level, it could kill without leaving a trace. However, if the opponent's soul was much stronger than the user's soul, then the musical assassination technique wouldn't be able to hurt the opponent. Instead, the opponent might be injured. However, using a magic treasure to release the musical assassination technique was a different matter. The Hellion clan was the second strongest force in the Central Plains. It was hard for others to guess how deep their foundation was. Ding-ling-ling! At this time, Hellion Lingua stared at the middle-aged Taoist. He kept shaking the dragon dang in his hand. Waves of strange sound waves came from the bell. Roar! The middle-aged Taoist seemed to have suffered a great impact. He growled, and the Eye of Death on his forehead closed. The terrifying aura disappeared. What? 13 bandits. Nothing more than that. Go to hell. The bell in Hellion Lingua's hand flew up. He used all his strength to activate the soul-sucking bell, causing it to display its strongest power. Chapter 2041. The sound attack from the soul-reaping bell was very terrifying. The middle-aged Taoist suffered a huge impact. His body and divine soul seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Ding-ling-ling! The crisp sound of the bell lingered in the martial arts field. Even with the barrier of the saint-level array, the sound of the bell could not be completely isolated. The sound of the bell from the martial arts field caused the souls of the people outside the field to tremble. They had to circulate their energy to resist the terrifying sound wave that could take away one soul. Among everyone, only Gu Fei and the Wuji City Lord were not affected by the sound attack. Roar! The middle-aged Taoist roared angrily. A stream of blood flowed out of his eyes. He looked ferocious and terrifying. The feather fan in his hand had already fallen to the ground. The sound attack was too terrifying. It had a huge impact on his divine soul. The middle-aged Taoist found it hard to gather his strength after his divine soul was attacked. Moreover, Hellion Lingyue's primordial spirit was slightly stronger than the middle-aged Taoist. The outcome of this spar was determined. The middle-aged Taoist was able to cultivate to the quasi-sage realm. His will was incomparably firm. But now, under the attack of the soul-reaping bell, he had already lost his mind. Humph, Hellion Lingyue sneered. Although she had completely suppressed the middle-aged Taoist, she had no intention of stopping. She wanted the middle-aged Taoist to end his own life. Under the attack of the soul-reaping bell, the middle-aged Taoist consciousness began to blur. He seemed to feel the figures around him colliding. It seemed like there were many enemies attacking him. Humph! Someone who was defeated by me in the past still dares to appear in front of me. Kill! The middle-aged Taoist executed a killing technique and attacked a figure that was approaching him. In one move, that blurry figure was blasted into pieces. Ha! The middle-aged Taoist laughed. He continued to attack. One by one, his life and death enemies were destroyed by his attacks. This caused the middle-aged Taoist to forget himself and laugh out loud. However, the people outside the martial arts field only saw the middle-aged Taoist attacking the air alone. It was a waste of energy. Destroy for me. Hellion Lingyue continued to activate the soul-reaping bell. The sound of the bell affected the middle-aged Taoist's mind. It made him think that he was surrounded by a group of enemies. Then he desperately attacked and fought against those strong enemies. In the end, the middle-aged Taoist would go crazy and die. Enough! Seeing that the middle-aged Taoist was about to collapse, Gu Fei suddenly spoke to the Wuji City Lord. This Hellion Lingyue doesn't know how to hold back. I hope Brother Gu won't take offense. The master of Wuji City said with a smile. Then he removed the holy array that enveloped the entire training field. Without the holy array, the power of the soul-snatching bell instantly increased by several times. Wow! Some of the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged on the ground to resist the ringing of the bell trembled. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ringing of the bell suddenly became several times stronger, causing them to suffer a great impact. Don't overdo it. Brother Hellion, you can stop now. The Limitless City Lord said to Hellion Lingyue. This fellow was truly arrogant. If he really killed this middle-aged Taoist, the consequences would definitely be dire. After all, Gu Fei was a fearless fellow. Even Ziyin Xiao of the Ziyun clan almost died in his hands. Brother Wuji, this is a duel. We won't stop until one of us dies. Hellion Lingyue didn't stop. This made the master of Wuji City a little unhappy. Isn't this fellow just a hedonistic son of a rich family? How dare he show me such an attitude? If this Hellion Lingyue was backed by the second strongest power in the Central Plains, the master of Wuji City would have killed this ignorant fellow long ago. The reason why the master of Wuji City was so polite to Hellion Lingyue was because he couldn't afford to offend the Hellion clan behind Hellion Lingyue. We won't stop until one of us dies. A cold light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes when he heard this. A wave of killing intent erupted from his body. Since this person wanted his people to die, he could only kill this fellow. Brother Gu Yu! Sensing the cold killing intent from Gu Fei, the master of Wuji City couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow was truly a ruthless character. He actually wanted to attack Hellion Lingyue. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Hellion Lingyue, who was in the training ground, actually split out a sound wave and attacked Gu Fei. You are courting death. Don't blame me for this. Gu Fei laughed. After that, he took a step forward, completely ignoring the terrifying sound wave that could seize the soul. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the stage. Brother Gu, please show mercy. The master of Wuji City didn't expect Gu Fei to be so decisive. The moment his killing intent rose, he wanted to kill Hellion Lingua. This person's temperament was truly terrifying. Seeing that the sound attack he sent out was completely useless against Gu Fei and had no effect on Gu Fei, the master of Wuji City, couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly punched out at the bell, floating above Hellion Lingua's head. Kacha! That bell was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface, as though it would shatter at any moment. What? Hellion Lingua's shock was no small matter. This Gu Fei was truly strong. He didn't seem to be someone with an undeserved reputation. This wasn't a good thing. At this moment, Hellion Lingua finally understood how wrong she was. Such a mistake was sufficient to cause her to lose her life. Gu Fei sent the soul-seizing bell flying with a single punch. After that, he didn't stop. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed Hellion Lingua's neck, lifting this arrogant fellow up. Sensing the killing intent from Gu Fei, Hellion Lingua was terrified. "Don't! You can't kill me!" Hellion Lingua's voice trembled. "Brother Gu!" At this moment, the Everlasting City Lord also rushed over. He had no choice but to stop Gu Fei. One must know that if Hellion Lingua died in a mortal Venerable City, he would be in big trouble. One must know that although this Hellion Lingua was arrogant, one couldn't help but admit that this fellow was a genius. He was also a person that the Hellion clan prioritized to nurture. If such a person were to die, the power behind him would definitely not let this matter rest. Kacha! Just as the Everlasting City Lord entered the martial stage, Gu Fei exerted strength in his hand and directly broke Hellion Lingua's neck. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out from Hellion Lingua's neck. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Gu Fei was truly terrifyingly powerful. Killing a quasi-sage was as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 2042. The arrogant Hellion Lingua was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Even her primordial spirit didn't manage to escape. In the eyes of the Everlasting City Lord and the others, Gu Fei had truly broken the heavens. Hellion Lingua is dead. Outside the martial stage, the faces of those influential figures invited by the Everlasting City Lord turned pale. Hellion Lingua had died here. They would most likely be in deep trouble. One must know that Hellion Lingua was someone that the Hellion clan had focused on nurturing. She was one of the existences that had the highest chance of breaking through to the sage realm. However, such a promising young talent was actually killed. One could already imagine how furious the upper echelons of the Hellion clan would be. "Brother Guyu!" The Everlasting City Lord was incomparably shocked. He didn't think that Gu Fei would really dare to kill Hellion Lingua. Who didn't know how strong the Hellion clan was? Even the 10 greats of the Middle Prefecture wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Although the Hellion clan was only the second strongest power in the Middle Prefecture, no one knew how deep their foundation was. To other cultivators, a supreme power like this would definitely be a huge deterrent. Many people would have some reservations, even if they wanted to act against the disciples of the Hellion clan. After Gu Fei killed Hellion Lingua, he casually threw her corpse on the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, Lord." The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge had already recovered. However, his divine soul was still affected by the ringing of the soul-seizing bell. His expression was still weary. Zhuge Liang's divine soul was severely injured. If it wasn't for Gu Fei killing Hellion Lingua in time, his divine soul would have been shattered by the power of the soul-capturing bell, and he would have died. Be more careful in the future. Those that come from a major power would more or less have some powerful treasures on them. Gu Fei said. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded. This time he was truly defeated by the other party's soul-seizing bell. Such a sound-killing weapon was rarely seen. However, he actually encountered one here. Go and see what else that fellow has on him. Gu Fei glanced at Hellion Lingua's corpse and said to Zhuge Liang. Hence, Zhuge Liang stepped forward and started searching Helian Lingyue's body. Very quickly, Zhuge Liang took out all the items on Helian Lingyue. Among those items, there was a Qiankuan pouch and a few greater teleportation Dao talismans. These were Helian Lingyue's items. Most likely, all the good things were stored in the Qiankuan pouch. Everyone was surprised that Helian Lingyue actually had a cosmos sack on her. One must know that this fella was a great perfection quasi-sage. Could it be that this guy had yet to comprehend the profound void and open his inner world? Of course, not everyone could create an inner world. Only those who had comprehended the profound meaning of void could create an inner world. However, even though it was easy to create an inner world, it was rare for an inner world to exist forever. Even if some cultivators managed to comprehend the profundities of the void and were able to open up their inner worlds, those inner worlds were unstable and could only exist for a short period of time. It was definitely not an easy task to establish a stable inner world. There's a seal. Zhuge Liang wanted to open the Qiankuan pouch, but he discovered that there was a sealing force at the mouth of the pouch. If he wanted to open the pouch, he would have to use some methods. At this time, when they saw Gu Fei and the rest actually searching Helian Lingyue's body, they couldn't help but glance at each other. These people were truly worthy of being bandits. Dao brother Limitless, we will take our leave first. Someone hurriedly clasped his hands towards the Limitless City Lord and left in a hurry. The others also bid their farewells to the Limitless City Lord. At this time, they were all filled with regret. They shouldn't have come, now that Helian Lingyue was dead. Even though they weren't the ones who killed her, the Helian clan would definitely find trouble with them. At the very least, they would be suspected of leaving her in the lurch. Very soon, everyone outside the martial stage had left. Only the Limitless City Lord was left. Brother Gu, you've gone overboard this time. The Limitless City Lord stared blankly for a long time before saying this. Overboard? I don't think I've gone overboard. Since that fellow wanted to kill me, I can only kill him. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. This Helian Lingyue actually dared to have killing intent towards him. This was him courting death. He couldn't blame Gu Fei for this. There were also strong and weak, great perfection quasi-sages. This Helian Lingyue should have only become a great perfection quasi-sage in the past 10 years. His strength should be the weakest amongst the great perfection quasi-sages. In front of Gu Fei, this Helian Lingyue couldn't even withstand a single blow. But that Helian clan, the Limitless City Lord said hesitantly. Fearless, if those people come looking for you, just tell them that I, Gu Fei, was the one who killed them. Gu Fei was incomparably calm. If he killed someone, so be it. Who cared who he was or what power he came from? If he had such a fearful attitude, how could he become a supreme expert in this world? Although the Everlasting City Lord was strong, sitting in his position, there were too many things he had to worry about. His cultivation might not be able to improve at all, and he might just stop here. The attitude of a cultivator was very important. Those who could become supreme experts wouldn't have too many apprehensions. They would cultivate wholeheartedly, do whatever they wanted, and kill decisively. For such a person, once his killing intent was ignited, he would definitely see blood. And Gu Fei just so happened to be such a person. Since Helian Lingyue had offended Gu Fei, his fate was already determined. He shouldn't have had killing intent towards Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was a martial expert who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was extremely sensitive to killing intent. This, the Limitless City Lord, was speechless. If he died here, the first person the Helian clan would look for wouldn't be Gu Fei, but himself. Of course, the Limitless City Lord was someone from the middle ground of Mortal Manor. Even if he went, the Helian clan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, it was hard to guarantee that the Helian clan wouldn't dare to do anything to him openly. However, just as the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge undid the seal on the Cosmos sack. A teleportation array in the immortal Venerate city lit up. Buzz! The space above the teleportation array vibrated. A ball of divine light suddenly appeared. After that, the light dissipated and a silhouette appeared on the teleportation array. An extremely powerful wave of divine sense spread out from this person and instantly shrouded the entire immortal Venerable city. This is, on the martial stage, the Limitless City Lord was shocked. A supreme expert suddenly appeared in the immortal Venerate city. Who dares to kill a disciple of my Hellion clan? A cold voice resounded in the city. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire immortal Venerate city. For a moment, countless people in the city were indescribably shocked. So fast! Chapter 2043. A chilling, murderous intent engulfed the entire immortal Venerable city. In the history of the immortal Venerable city, such a situation had rarely happened. A supreme expert had descended with shocking, murderous intent. Who is that? Does he want to massacre the entire city? The souls of all the cultivators in the city were trembling. This pressure was too powerful. That supreme expert didn't have any scruples and completely released his chi. Whoosh! The everlasting city Lord soared into the sky and turned into a beam of divine light, flying towards the teleportation array in the immortal Venerable city. The arrival of such an existence was enough to threaten the entire immortal Venerable city. If that person really wanted to start a massacre, the consequences would be unthinkable. Buzz! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky above the immortal Venerable city. A light barrier appeared outside the immortal Venerable city, enveloping the entire city. The Grand Formation has been activated. Is there really an enemy attack? Is there going to be a war? All the cultivators in the immortal Venerable city were indescribably shocked. The news of Xian clan starting a war with the Central Plains had already spread throughout the city. The number of cultivators in the city had clearly increased. All sorts of news were being spread in the city. Senior Hellion, at this moment, the everlasting city lord had already arrived above the teleportation array. When he saw the silhouette on the teleportation array, he couldn't help but be astonished. The person who came was the one that he didn't want to see the most. Hellion M.O. This person was Hellion M.O., a person who dared to use the word demon as his name. This person was also known as the Great Demon Hellion. He was one of the most terrifying people in the Hellion clan. Kid Everlasting, who was the one who killed my great-great-grandson. Hellion M.O. was a black-haired, middle-aged man. He was tall and had a square face. He didn't have any facial hair, but his eyes were shining brightly like the stars in the sky. That Hellion Lunyu was this human demon's great-great-grandson. The everlasting city lord was astonished. Even he didn't know that Hellion Lunyu had such a background. Only now did the everlasting city lord know why Hellion M.O. was able to arrive at immortal Venerable city so quickly. So it turned out that Hellion Lunyu was actually this devil's great-great-grandson. Hellion M.O. had already made a name for himself 10,000 years ago, and he was one of the seniors of the Hellion clan. Moreover, he was extremely ruthless, and he would often slaughter an entire city in a fit of rage. His murderous nature was something that the other seniors couldn't compare to. Some people said that this Hellion M.O. was a fierce person who had entered the Tao through killing. It was only in the last 1,000 years that this Hellion M.O. gradually withdrew from the public sight. He lived in seclusion in the Hellion family's ancestral court and would not come out easily. But now Hellion Lunyu had just been killed by Gu Fei, and this great devil had already arrived at the immortal Venerable city. From this, one could see how much importance Hellion Lunyu placed on his great-grandson. I killed that arrogant guy, so what? Just as the everlasting city lord was in a dilemma, a voice came from afar. You deserve to die. That Hellion M.O. soared up into the sky and instantly dashed over. A gigantic hand shot out from the back of his head, grabbing at the person in the sky. This was a gigantic hand formed from primordial spirit energy. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant it had arrived before that person, grabbing him. Die. Hellion Mo didn't care about who Gu Fei was, what his background was, or what background he had. He directly attacked Gu Fei, not caring about anything at all. This was Hellion Mo. He did things according to his heart, and if he wanted to kill, he would kill. Only such a person wouldn't be restricted too much and would be able to cultivate great mystic arts and techniques. The gigantic hand closed and clenched, wanting to crush Gu Fei to death. However, very quickly, Hellion Mo's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked, as though he had encountered something unbelievable that even someone like him would be moved. Boom! Just as Hellion Mo revealed a look of shock, a loud explosion rang out. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit hand actually exploded, and a ball of primal chaos divine light rushed out from the explosion. What? Hellion Mo's shock was no small matter. His head buzzed, and he felt as though his soul was about to dissipate. His vision darkened, and he almost fell from the sky. His body swayed a little, and a drop of dark red blood emerged from between his eyebrows, then flowed down. When the everlasting city lord saw this, he was also stunned. He was very clear about how terrifying this Hellion Mo was. He was an existence that was like a demon. Although he wasn't a real demon, sometimes this Hellion Mo was even more terrifying than a real demon. Eat my palm as well. Gu Fei directly broke through Hellion Mo's primordial spirit hand, then slapped towards Hellion Mo. Powerful, chaotic, true force quickly condensed into a gigantic hand of primal chaos, enveloping the entire sky. What? Hellion Mo was shocked once again. The combat strength displayed by his opponent was too strong. No wonder his great-great-grandson was killed by this person. This palm of his opponent actually gave him a feeling that it was hard to dodge. The legendary martial arts battle technique, Heaven Covering Palm. Hellion Mo's knowledge was very extraordinary. He could see the origin of Gu Fei's palm. He had never seen the power of the ancient martial arts battle technique, Heaven Covering Palm. But now he had the chance to see the power of this martial arts battle technique. All techniques return to one, revolve the universe. Hellion Mo shouted. Both of his hands moved quickly in front of him, and a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Then it instantly enlarged and revolved the universe, wanting to dissolve Gu Fei's Heaven Covering Palm. This guy cultivates the great Tao of universe. Hellion Mo guided the yin and yang qi of the world, manifesting the yin-yang diagram, and moved the universe to meet the descending Heaven Covering Palm. The yin and yang qi was vast, and the diagram blocked the entire sky. Boom! The gigantic hand of primal chaos fiercely slapped the yin-yang diagram. The entire yin-yang diagram shook violently, and the yin and yang qi was constantly dissipating, as though it was about to collapse. Roar! Hellion Mo roared angrily and drove the yin-yang divine pattern with all his might. On the divine pattern, yin-yang Tao patterns emerged and condensed the power of the great Tao of yin and yang. The yin-yang divine pattern that was about to collapse quickly stabilized, to be able to block my heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Although he did not use his full strength in this palm strike, ordinary great perfection quasi-sages would definitely not be able to withstand it. This Hellion Mo was very strong. Moreover, this Hellion Mo was most likely an ancient sage who had sealed his saint-level cultivation. In ancient times, there were people who sealed themselves in a secret place, waiting for the arrival of the great era before coming out into the world. Hellion Mo was an old antique that came out into the world 10,000 years ago. Hellion Lingua was his direct descendant. This Hellion Mo originally had no children. However, due to an accident, he had a descendant. Hence, he had Hellion Lingua, his great-great-grandson. Rumble. Chapter 2044. Powerful forces were clashing against each other. The saint-level Great City Barrier Formation was shaking. Muffled, thunderous sounds could be heard, shaking the blood of all the cultivators in the city. Too strong. Who are these people? The celestial Venerate city was in an uproar. All the cultivators were shocked. The two people fighting in the sky were as terrifying as ancient gods fighting. The resulting shock waves spread out, and a good number of cultivators were affected. Blood trickled down the corners of some cultivators' mouths, while some simply fainted from the shock waves. Taoist Gu Fei, Senior Hellion, if you want to fight, go outside the city. Limitless City, Lord's face was very ugly. These two fellows were lawless existences, and the two of them were actually fighting in the immortal Venerable City. This caused him to be shocked and furious. The consequences of setting up a formation in the city were very serious. One had to know that experts like Gu Fei and Hellion Mo could destroy the world with a wave of their hands. They possessed great power. If the celestial Venerate city wasn't protected by the Great City Barrier Formation, the entire ancient city would have been destroyed by these two people. In the end, the Great Chaotic Hand and the Yin-Yang diagram disappeared at the same time. The two forces canceled each other out. The two cultivators clashed, but there was no winner. Whoosh! At this moment, the light screen that covered the entire celestial Venerate city suddenly disappeared. The everlasting city Lord opened the Great City Formation and let Gu Fei and Hellion Mo out. He didn't want these two cultivators to fight in the city. If that happened, many people would die. He couldn't bear the responsibility of the city being destroyed. Gu Fei shot into the sky and flew towards the mountain outside the celestial Venerate city. Where are you going? Hellion Mo chased after him. The two cultivators, one in front and one behind, disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. They entered the vast mountain outside the celestial Venerate city. Boom! A great battle erupted. Loud noises came from the depths of the mountain. In the depths of the mountain, they could fight without any worries. If they were in the celestial Venerate city, even Hellion Mo, who acted according to his heart, would feel restrained. Because the celestial Venerate city was an ancient city under the control of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion. Hellion Mo didn't want to offend the Central State Immortal Mansion. One had to know that the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor was the #1 power in the Central Prefecture. Even a self-sealed sage like Hellion Mo would not offend the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor if he could help it. No one knew better than Hellion Mo how terrifying the Central Prefecture's old mansion master was. Shwa! 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 Rays of divine light rushed out from the celestial Venerable city. Each ray of divine light wrapped around a figure. The cultivators in the city didn't want to miss this battle, so they used escape techniques and rushed into the depths of the mountain. There were many cultivators gathered in the immortal Venerate city, but there weren't many true elites. Hundreds of divine rainbows soared into the sky from the immortal, reverent city. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. These people all wanted to go and watch the battle. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge had already put away the cosmos sack. He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the mountain. These two perverts, the everlasting city, Lord stood high up in the sky and sensed the powerful ripples coming from the depths of the mountain. Then he also left the city and entered the mountain. Boom! In the depths of the mountain, a towering mountain peak suddenly exploded. Instantly, rocks flew into the sky and dust rose into the sky. A figure rushed out from the dust that covered the sky. Kill! Gu Fei directly used the chaotic fist. His fists seemed to have turned into two balls of chaotic divine light, continuously smashing towards the figure that was moving rapidly in front of him. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and Hellion Mo dodged it immediately. The short mountain behind Hellion Mo was directly turned into dust under the impact of the chaotic fist force. This Hellion Mo was secretly shocked. This guy's combat strength was extremely powerful. Even if it was him, he would probably be injured by this person if he wasn't careful. Buzz. The void trembled. Hellion Mo was using his killing technique. One of his hands emitted a bright white light, while the other hand was covered by a ball of black gas. Hellion Mo used the power of yin and yang. His hands moved in front of him and evolved the great Tao of yin and yang. A yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him again. His hands were the two yin-yang eyes on the yin-yang diagram. Boom! Suddenly, the yin-yang diagram collapsed and a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of Hellion Mo. A power that seemed to be able to devour the entire world surged out from the pitch-black vortex. This time, Hellion Mo didn't want to dissolve Gu Fei's power. Instead, he wanted to directly devour Gu Fei's entire body into a void that was opened up by the power of yin and yang. At this moment, Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, as if he was tied up by an invisible rope. Then his body flew forward involuntarily. This sudden turn of events caused Gu Fei to be shocked. Open for me. Gu Fei struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the devouring power. However, the invisible power that entangled him was unimaginably strong. After struggling, he actually couldn't break free. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked again. Tenfold ascension power. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately used the ascension secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Under the activation of the ascension secret technique, an extremely terrifying and powerful fluctuation erupted from his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. Finally, he broke free from the binding power on his body before he was devoured by the black hole. Chaotic aura coiled around his body. Powerful energy filled his body, causing him to feel uncomfortable if he didn't spit it out. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei extended his hand and unleashed another heaven-shrouding palm. The palm covered the sky. Chaotic aura surged, and the void that was enveloped by the palm began to crack. The palm emitted a terrifying fluctuation, enveloping the black hole that Hellion Mo had conjured. When the palm slammed into the black hole instantly collapsed. Gu Fei's heaven-shrouding palm did not dissipate after destroying the black hole that seemed to be able to devour the heavens. Instead, it continued slamming down at Hellion Mo, shrouding the entire place with destructive power. Hellion Mo's eyes shone with a cold glint. Was this man truly a great completion quasi-saint? Such a powerful battle prowess had long surpassed the limits of a great completion quasi-saint. Furthermore, this fella didn't have any true sage aura on him. Evidently, he wasn't one of those old antiques that had sealed themselves. Bam! Hellion Mo was sent flying. This power was way too strong. Even Hellion Mo was sent flying. One could imagine just how powerful the strike of Gu Fei's was. Preposterous! Chapter 2045. Roar! Hellion Mo was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's palm. He roared in anger. Although he wasn't injured, this was definitely a humiliation for him. It should be known that he had already woken up from his deep sleep 10,000 years ago. He was an ancient saint. In the current generation, he was known as an ancient saint. However, today he was actually sent flying by a junior with a single palm. This was something that had never happened before. It made him both shocked and angry. Boom! A ball of black and white divine light emerged from Hellion Mo's body and enveloped his entire body. The black and white flames that rose from his body were like yin-yang divine fire that was leaping about. Yes, Gu Fei discovered that the yin-yang divine light that rose from Hellion Mo's body actually had Tao patterns faintly discernible. Those were 9 blurry Tao patterns, 9 patterns of the saint level. This old fellow is indeed a saint who sealed himself. Although Hellion Mo's cultivation had been completely sealed, he could still use the power of the 9 patterns. Although it wasn't the true power of the 9 patterns, it was still enough to shock the world. Dai, yin-yang break of heaven and earth. Hellion Emo roared in anger. After that, he separated his hands. 2 balls of divine light appeared above his hands. One was a dazzling white light. The true yang divine power was condensing. The other was a black light. The Tai-yin divine power was surging. Go! The gaze from Hellion Mo's eyes was like cold lightning. He waved his hands forward, and 2 spheres of divine light immediately flew out from his hands, intersecting with each other as they smashed towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei separated his hands and instantly blocked the 2 balls of divine light that bombarded him from the left and right. Boom! In the instant that Gu Fei blocked the 2 balls of Tai-yin and Sun divine light, the terrifying power contained within the 2 balls of divine light suddenly erupted. The power of the extreme yang and the extreme yin engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. When these 2 opposing powers collided, the power that erupted was much more powerful than any single power. The destructive power was vast and mighty, and everything within 100 miles was enveloped by this power. Everything was destroyed. The ground sank and mountains collapsed. This Hellion Mo was too strong. Even without undoing the seal on his body, this Hellion Mo was enough to sweep away all great perfection quasi-sages. A self-sealed sage was truly frightening and powerful. Master! At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang could not help but be shocked when he saw that scene from afar. Could his lord survive such an attack? Zhuge Liang was a wise man. He also knew the origin of this Hellion Mo. This was a killing god of the Hellion clan. He was vicious and merciless. Whenever he wanted to kill, blood would flow like a river. However, he could not see through Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had also exceeded his expectations. If Gu Fei could defeat Hellion Mo, then Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted on the ancestral star. What a pity! In another direction, the everlasting city lord could not help but shake his head when he saw the void enveloped by the power of Tai-yin and Sun divine power. From his point of view, how could Gu Fei be Hellion Mo's opponent? One must know that Hellion Mo was a self-sealed sage. Although his sage cultivation was completely sealed, Hellion Mo's physical body was a true sage physique. The sage physique of a sage was comparable to a sage tool. To a certain extent, Hellion Mo was a human-shaped sage tool. With that sage physique, Hellion Mo was already undefeatable. The everlasting city lord did not think highly of Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei had defeated Zi Yinshao before, Zi Yinshao was not a self-sealed sage. The Zi Yinshao from 10 years ago could not be compared to the saint who had sealed himself. This was because the 2 of them were not even on the same level. Even 10 years later, the everlasting city lord did not think that Zi Yinshao would be stronger than a self-sealed sage. The same was true for Gu Fei. It was impossible for him to be stronger than a self-sealed sage. Roar! However, just when the everlasting city lord thought that Gu Fei was going to die under Hellion Mo's attack, a furious roar suddenly came from the void enveloped by the destructive power of Tai-yin and Sun divine power. How is this possible? The everlasting city lord was shocked to the extreme. Yi Futian could still survive Hellion Mo's yin-yang break. Even if the everlasting city lord received this attack, his body and soul would most likely be destroyed. My lord is not dead. At this time, the other bandits also rushed out from the celestial Venerable city and arrived behind the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang, looking at the scene in shock. Powerful, too powerful. That kind of power can kill us countless times. Jade-faced playboy of the 12 bandits said with a trembling voice. Only now did he realize the gap between them and Gu Fei. This was the gap between them and Gu Fei. You! Hellion Mo's voice rang out. He was also indescribably shocked. This Gu Fei was actually able to block his attack. He was very clear about the might of the yin-yang break. Even those stronger than him wouldn't dare to face his yin-yang break head-on, let alone Gu Fei, who wasn't even a sage. If it was in the supreme ancient era, he could easily kill a bunch of little fellows like Gu Fei with a single stretch of his hand. But now he couldn't do that. After the great changes of the world, undoing the seal on one's body was equivalent to suicide. Hellion Mo didn't want to die, so he couldn't undo the seal on his body. Through certain channels, Hellion Mo found out about the battle between the old sect master of the central province Immortal Manor and the Forbidden Zone's Saint Beast. That incomparably powerful Saint Beast had died because it had completely unsealed its body. This was a warning to all sages who had sealed themselves. Undoing the seal would mean death. They wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Their body and soul would be destroyed. It won't be that easy to kill me. A fist-sized cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was a simple and unadorned cauldron. At this moment, the mouth of the ancient cauldron was like a bottomless pit, endlessly devouring the energy of the sun and moon. That is, seeing the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, Hellion Mo's eyes instantly narrowed. That cauldron was extremely similar to the legendary mountain and river cauldron. However, Hellion Mo didn't think that the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. That was because the mountain and river cauldron had already disappeared in the supreme ancient era. It's just a replica, but its might isn't weak. Hellion Mo directly thought that the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was a replica of the mountain and river cauldron. This was because many replicas of the mountain and river cauldron had appeared in the supreme ancient era. Rumble, a heaven-devouring force, gushed out from the mouth of the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. The powerful devouring force caused the entire void to tremble. The energy of the sun and moon frantically gathered towards the mouth of the cauldron. What? Chapter 2046. The ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist. However, it seemed to be able to contain the entire world. Hellion Mo's yin-yang destruction energy frantically gathered towards the small cauldron. In just a few breaths, the monstrous extreme yang and extreme yin energy was completely devoured by the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Impossible. What kind of cauldron is this? Could it be a saint-level magic treasure? Subconsciously, Hellion Mo did not believe that the legendary mountain and river cauldron would fall into the hands of this junior. It must be known that in the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there were many people who wanted to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. Among these people, there were even existences who stood at the peak of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. However, even these existences whom Hellion Mo had to look up to could not find the legendary unparalleled god cauldron even after searching the entire 3 realms and 6 Daos. How could a little fellow who was not even a sage obtain the legendary god cauldron? Buzz. After devouring a large amount of extreme yin and extreme yang energy, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand let out a buzzing sound. It seemed to be jumping with joy. It was a very human-like reaction. What? Seeing the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand actually have such a reaction, Hellion Mo's heart could not help but tighten. Could this small cauldron actually be a quasi-supreme magic treasure? It was very obvious that the small cauldron in this little fellow's hand was an item with intelligence. Even if it was a divine weapon refined by a sage, it would not be able to have its own consciousness. Unless it was a quasi-supreme magic treasure, or a quasi-supreme magic treasure refined by a quasi-supreme magic treasure. Only such a magic treasure would have its own consciousness. To a certain extent, this was no longer an ordinary magic treasure. Instead, it was a different kind of existence. You take one of my moves too. Gu Fei held the cauldron in his right hand and pointed forward with his left hand. A ray of divine light shot out from his fingertip, piercing towards Hellion Mo. Insignificant skill. Hellion Mo could not help but sneer when he saw Gu Fei actually use such a simple attack. Chaotic heaven and earth. Helian Emo waved his hands, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved in front of him. Gu Fei's finger light pierced through, but it seemed to be pulled by some kind of power. It actually circled around Helian Mo's body, and then it pierced back towards Gu Fei. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. Helian Mo's great technique had the shadow of the chaotic reversal secret art. Among the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art could reverse all of the opponent's attacks. The chaotic reversal secret art was a supreme immortal art created by the supreme Taoist ancestor. It was an invincible art that gave the user an invincible position. If a supreme being used this secret technique, even if the opponent was also a supreme being, they would be able to completely reverse the supreme being's power. Gu Fei waved his hand and dispersed the finger light that was piercing towards him. Then he took a step forward and clenched his left hand into a fist. A burst of explosive sound immediately came from his arm. The power of the martial body was being released. Bang! He punched out, and a dull explosion immediately rang out in the void. This was the sound of the air being compressed by the fist. The power of the fist was contained and not released. Gu Fei's entire body also pressed forward with his fist. He was like a moving ancient divine mountain, extremely steady. Let's see how you reverse my fist. It was a simple and direct attack, but it contained extremely powerful power. Gu Fei's fist was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. This guy, when Helian Emo saw that Gu Fei could actually throw out such a punch, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was impossible for him not to see the concept of this punch. His opponent's understanding of the Tao had already reached a very deep level. This person's potential was limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a saint. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this person now, if he really did become a saint in the future, he would become a huge problem for the Helian clan. Kill! Helian Emo roared angrily, and terrifying sound waves shook in all directions, reverberating in the mountains. Even the people who were watching the battle from hundreds of miles away were affected, and their ears rang. Helian Emo directly pounced towards Gu Fei. He actually completely ignored Gu Fei's punch. With a flip of his hands, a divine sword appeared in his hands. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Helian Emo directly stabbed his sword towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The tip of the sword turned into a ball of cold light, and in an instant it had arrived in front of Gu Fei. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In the instant that Helian Emo struck out with his sword, Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. The divine sword in Helian Mo's hands was definitely a flawless saint weapon. This old antique was a saint from the ancient times, so there was no reason for him not to have a saint weapon of his own. It must be known that people who walked the path of immortality would definitely need to refine a protective artifact that completely belonged to them. Helian Emo was a sword saint of the immortal Tao. His protective magic treasure was a yin-yang divine sword. This was a divine sword refined from yin-yang divine metal. The blade was black and white, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved on it. Gu Fei didn't think that this Helian Emo would actually be an immortal sword saint. Helian Mo's sword was extremely fast, and even Gu Fei, who was known for his speed, had a change of expression. At this moment, the corner of Helian Mo's mouth had already curled into a cold smile. He had suddenly used his trump card, and many people had died under his sword. Today, this little fellow was no exception. This sword was indeed very powerful. If it really pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows, the yin-yang divine sword would directly pierce through Gu Fei's Naiwan palace and destroy Gu Fei's soul. The soul was different from the soul. If the soul was destroyed, a cultivator could still live, but if their Tao foundation was destroyed, they would be crippled for the rest of their life, and it would be difficult for them to comprehend the path of immortality. However, if the soul was destroyed, then even if a person had cultivated a soul, they would still die. The soul was the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If a person's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were destroyed, then they would not be able to live. It must be known that a cultivator's soul was cultivated, but the soul was something that every living being was born with. It was the brand of life. However, just as the tip of Helion Mo's yin-yang divine sword was about to pierce through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows, an item suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei's forehead. Clang! The tip of the yin-yang divine sword in Helion Mo's hand turned into a cold star and instantly pierced through the item, producing a clear sound of impact. This, the trace of a cold smile on Helion Mo's face, instantly froze. He felt as if his sword had pierced through an immortal divine mountain. The force of the rebound caused a hideous wound to appear on the wrist that held the sword. The wound was currently oozing blood. Chapter 2047. Helion Mo was shocked to the extreme. He had thought that his attack was in the bag, but he had never imagined that it would be blocked by an item. The item that had blocked his yin-yang divine sword was actually the small cauldron in his opponent's hand. Moreover, the small cauldron had transmitted a powerful force from the yin-yang divine sword, causing his wrist to crack. How is this possible? Helion Mo's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. It should be known that although he had sealed his sage-level cultivation, his physical body was still a true sage body. What was a sage body? The physical body of a sage was known as a sage body. Helion Mo was confident that even if he stood still and allowed those half-saints and quasi-saints to attack him with all their might, his sage body would remain unharmed. The sage body of a self-sealed sage was equivalent to a human-shaped sage weapon. Even a great accomplishment quasi-saint would find it difficult to injure this sage body. However, Helion Mo's wrist had indeed been injured by the rebound force from the small cauldron. It really is a treasure refined by a quasi-supreme. Just as these thoughts flashed through Helion Mo's mind, Gu Fei's punch landed solidly on his chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The moment Gu Fei's fist came into contact with Helion Mo's divine body, an unstoppable force erupted like a volcanic eruption. A circle of transparent ripples spread out from where Helion Mo's fist had struck. Then, Helion Mo's clothes exploded into countless pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. The powerful force that erupted from Gu Fei's fist made Helion Mo feel as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His entire body flew backwards. The long-awaited pain caused Helion Mo's desire to kill Gu Fei to intensify. This little fellow was extraordinary. The might of his fist could actually cause him pain. Helion Mo flew backward for a few thousand feet before he stopped his retreat. Many geniuses have died by my hands. You will be one of them. Yin-yang radiance rose from Helion Mo's body like a yin-yang divine fire. His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, as if he was the Grim Reaper who was indifferent to life. If you want to kill me, the one who will die will be you. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand as he coldly looked at Helion Mo flying in front of him. This old antique was very strong. He was very clear about the power behind his punch. However, when his punch landed on Helion Mo's body, it didn't seem to have injured him in the slightest. The sacred body of a sage was really strong. Even though Helion Mo was not a martial artist, his sacred body was definitely stronger than Gu Fei's current martial body. On the mountain and river cauldron, there wasn't even a single mark left on the place where the sword had struck. At this time, Helion Mo still didn't think that this small cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron, because it was just a quasi-sovereign divine tool that was forged by a quasi-sovereign imitating the mountain and river cauldron. Junior, you asked for it. Helion Mo didn't say anything else. The yin-yang divine sword in his hand flew up and transformed into a black and white sword light. Then, as Helion Mo pointed his right hand at Gu Fei, the black and white sword light immediately transformed into a black and white sword rainbow, shooting towards Gu Fei. The impact of the cold sword qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even the spectators hundreds of miles away felt waves of cold air assaulting their bodies. This caused many sword cultivators to be incomparably shocked. At this time, Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a black long sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 heavenly stars sword, a sword that he had forged himself. When this divine sword was waved, specks of starlight could be faintly seen on the body of the sword. This was a special characteristic of the 9 heavenly stars iron. Within the pitch-black divine iron, there seemed to be specks of stars twinkling. Clang! Gu Fei directly waved the divine sword in his hand, smashing away the black and white sword rainbow that was shooting towards him. Then he slashed towards Helian Mo from top to bottom. Swish! A chaotic sword qi immediately rushed out from the 9 heavenly stars sword. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying sword light seemed to split the entire world in half. It was incomparably terrifying. Chaos of heaven and earth. Helian Mo's hands moved, and the yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Then it moved forward to block the attack. The power of chaos of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. It actually moved the shocking sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out into the depths of the mountain. Swish! The chaotic sword light flashed in an instant, and a huge mountain was split in half. The upper half of the mountain fell down with a rumble. Dust immediately filled the depths of the mountain, and countless beasts fled in all directions in fright. Buzz! Just as Helian Mo blocked Gu Fei's sword light, the black and white sword light that was slashed away by Gu Fei let out a deafening sound. It made a turn in the air and once again slashed towards Gu Fei. I didn't expect to actually obtain the 9 heavenly stars iron. Helian Mo's words were extremely cold. The 9 heavenly stars iron was an immortal divine metal. This kind of divine metal had immortal divinity. No matter how many years had passed, its divinity would not dissipate. In the ancient times, the 9 heavenly stars iron was a divine material exclusive to the Supremes. Even if some sages obtained this kind of immortal divine metal, they might not be able to keep it. 9 heavenly stars iron. Some people who were watching the battle from afar were also extremely shocked when they heard this. The black sword in Gu Fei's hand was indeed faintly glowing with star-like divine light. It really is the 9 heavenly stars iron. The everlasting city master's voice was trembling. This was an immortal divine material, and it was actually obtained by Gu Fei and refined into a divine sword. However, it could be seen that this divine sword was not completely refined. This was an immortal divine metal that was enough to make all experts jealous. Even the everlasting city master's eyes were filled with a fiery gaze. However, he was very clear that it was impossible for him to obtain this kind of divine metal. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. He earned his reputation as a killing god by killing. Who would dare to rob Gu Fei's things? Apart from those sages who had sealed themselves, perhaps no one would dare to do such a thing. The 9 heavenly stars, iron, had immortal divinity. A divine sword refined from this kind of divine metal was incomparably sharp. Even if a sage's body was slashed by it, he would most likely be injured. Clang! Gu Fei waved the divine sword in his hand and continuously slashed away the black and white sword light. The sword qi on the black and white sword light was too strong. It shook Gu Fei's hand that was holding the sword until it was numb. A sage who had sealed himself was really that strong. Chapter 2048. The battle between Gu Fei and Helian Mo shook everything in the mountain. Terrifying shockwaves swept across thousands of miles, startling all the cultivators near the celestial reverent city. Yin and yang qi rose from Helian Mo's body. Black and white lights danced like flames, appearing very eye-catching. That's the ancestor of the Helian clan, Helian Mo. Someone from the older generation recognized Helian Mo. Everyone was extremely shocked. Helion Mo's name was very famous among the older generation. He was not a demon, but he was even more terrifying than a real demon. He had lived for countless years and woke up from his slumber tens of thousands of years ago. Then he was born again. The Helion clan, which was originally declining, rose again because of Helion Mo's rebirth. They became the second greatest force in the Central Continent that could fight against the mortal mansion of the Central Continent. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, Helion Mo once fought against the previous ruler of the immortal mansion of the Central Continent. Nobody knew the result of that battle, but Helion Mo survived. After that, the immortal mansion of the Central Continent no longer tried to suppress the Helion clan and allowed it to develop. From this, one could see how powerful Helion Mo was. With his own strength, he shocked the Central Continent and made the Helion clan the second greatest force in the Central Continent. And now, this Helion Mo had actually appeared here. How could the people of the older generation not be shocked? This guy is a god of death. Thinking about Helion Mo's actions, the older cultivators all felt a chill in their hearts. Who is that? How dare he challenge Helion Mo? Those who knew about Helion Mo's identity were extremely shocked. What was the background of the person who fought against Helion Mo? Since when did such a character appear near the celestial reverent city? To the older cultivators, to be able to fight against Helion Mo, he must be a powerhouse on the same level as Helion Mo. How could such a character be unknown? Very quickly, Gu Fei's identity was known. That person is the one who defeated Zi Yunxiao from the Zi Yun clan 10 years ago, Gu Fei. After finding out Gu Fei's identity, all the spectating cultivators were shocked once more. 10 years ago, he was able to defeat Zi Yunxiao. 10 years later, wouldn't this person's cultivation base be even more powerful? At this time, the most nervous person was the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang. If Gu Fei was defeated by Helion Mo, they would be in trouble as well. Can the Lord win? Although he had decided to follow Gu Fei, it did not mean that he was willing to die with Gu Fei. Calm down. We are people who have seen the wind and waves. Zhuge Liang waved his fan with a calm look on his face. However, this was all an act. In fact, he was more nervous than anyone else. However, he had no choice but to act now. If even he, Ada, panicked, then wouldn't the morale of his subordinates plummet to zero? Since he had become their Ada, he couldn't afford to panic. Moreover, that Helion Mo might not necessarily be able to defeat the Lord. Otherwise, he would have killed the Lord the moment he appeared. Why would he wait until now? Boom! Just as the 12 great bandits were feeling uneasy, a variable had already appeared in the battle ahead. A ball of yin-yang divine light exploded like a divine sun. The extremely terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth, and a figure was sent flying. You old fogey! Gu Fei was sent flying for more than 10 kilometers. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The sleeves on his arms had already exploded, and hideous bloody grooves appeared on his arms. His skin and flesh were flipped over. Haha, what a good sword! At this time, Helion Mo laughed loudly. He sent Gu Fei flying and snatched the 9 heaven stars sword from Gu Fei's hands. Even an existence like Helion Mo would be envious of the undying divine metal. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. He activated the Ascension's secret technique, and a powerful life force surged out of his body. The bloody grooves on his arms began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei's arms had completely healed. It was as if he had never been injured. 10 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei roared angrily. His body shook, and a shocking wave immediately erupted from his body. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. Everyone who was watching the battle from hundreds of miles away was shocked. In that instant, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. Without any hesitation, all the spectators retreated far away. The pressure that spread out from Gu Fei's body was too strong. Even the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang, felt an urge to vomit blood when he sensed this pressure. Is this the true strength of the Lord? Zhuge Liang could no longer maintain his composure. The pressure that erupted from Gu Fei's body was too shocking. He had never seen such a powerful, great accomplishment, quasi-saint. Even the iron-blood Taoist did not have such strength. Hellion Mo was also shocked when he sensed the aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body. Just as Hellion Mo was distracted, he felt a sudden shock in his hand. The 9 heaven stars sword had already flown out of his hand. What? Hellion Mo was shocked, and he hurriedly used his large hand to grab the 9 heaven stars sword that had flown away. However, right at this moment, a figure had already closed in on Hellion Mo in an instant. Another punch was thrown out. The most simple and direct attack was often the most powerful one. Damn it. Hellion Mo found it difficult to breathe. It was as if the surrounding air had been dispersed by the power that erupted from the other party's fist. It was as if a vacuum had formed around him. This guy, Hellion Mo's eyebrows twitched. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang immediately surged out from his body. A yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Boom! A fist smashed hard on the yin-yang diagram in front of Hellion Mo. The power of yin and yang circulated. Hellion Mo wanted to shift this power away. At this moment, Hellion Mo suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. All the pores on his body contracted and his hair stood on end. This was a natural reaction of the sacred body when one encountered great danger. Hellion Mo was shocked. At this moment, a fist had already penetrated through the yin-yang diagram in front of Hellion Mo. The fist landed on Hellion Mo's body and sank into Hellion Mo's chest. What? The power of this punch was definitely more than 10 times that of the previous punch. How could a person's power increase by more than 10 times in an instant? However, so what if the power increased by more than 10 times? The sacred body was indestructible. Chapter 2049. The tenfold increase in strength caused Gu Fei's battle prowess to increase by more than 10 times. With a single punch, he could even create a large hole in the void. However, when such a punch landed on Hellion Mo's body, it could not even scratch the other party's skin, let alone break his tendons and bones. Even a great completion quasi-sage would find it hard to withstand a punch from Gu Fei. If he was hit by this punch, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. This saint physique! Gu Fei looked at his own fist and was extremely shocked. Just now, when his punch landed on Hellion Mo's body, even his fist had sunk into Hellion Mo's body. However, he felt as if his punch had landed on cotton, and there was a feeling of powerlessness. You Junior, I will let you know how terrifying a saint physique is. Hellion Mo took a step forward and instantly disappeared. What? Gu Fei sensed danger approaching. He instinctively took a step to the side and instantly moved tens of feet to the side. At this moment, a huge hand directly struck out from the void, blasting a huge hole in the place where he was previously. Even the primal chaos chi was blasted out. So fast. Gu Fei was shocked. Hellion Mo didn't even use any sacred arts. This old antique had even kept his yin-yang sword. His combat strength was actually so strong just by relying on the strength of his physical body. Hellion Mo grinned and turned his head to look at Gu Fei. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Swish! Hellion Mo disappeared once again. He still didn't use any sacred arts or great techniques. However, his strength and speed were shocking. He could shatter the void with a raise of his hand. Boom! This time, Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he punched out, clashing violently with the palm that came from the void. Buzz! 2 powerful forces exploded, causing the void to tremble. Then a transparent ripple that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the place where the fist and palm collided. Gu Fei and Hellion Mo were sent flying back at the same time. Good fella. Hellion Mo was secretly shocked. How could the fleshly body of this junior be so powerful? He was actually able to block one of his attacks. Moreover, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Kill! Kill! After Gu Fei and Hellion Mo stopped their retreating momentum, they rushed forward again. The two powerhouses were fighting in close combat with the power of their fleshly bodies. Bang! Gu Fei chopped down on Hellion Mo's neck with his knife hand. Hellion Mo just bent his neck slightly, and the power of Gu Fei's knife hand was completely dissipated. At the same time, Gu Fei felt a pain in his waist. Hellion Mo's right leg had ruthlessly swept across his waist. The powerful force caused Gu Fei to tumble to the side. Before he could steady himself, his right leg tightened. Hellion Mo had grabbed hold of his right leg and swung it around before ruthlessly smashing it into the ground. Boom! Gu Fei was like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of battle was incomparably dangerous. As long as one was caught by the opponent, there would be only a slim chance of survival. Ordinary cultivators would not allow cultivators with powerful fleshly bodies to get close to them, because once they got close, their lives would be in danger. This was especially true for martial artists who were gods of slaughter in close combat. Even in the ancient times, powerhouses who cultivated great magical powers did not dare to let martial artists with great cultivation get close to them. Hellion Mo actually dared to fight in close combat with Gu Fei by relying on the strength of his divine body. This was definitely an exception. Only saints who had sealed themselves would have such battle prowess. Roar! A furious roar rang out. Gu Fei burst out from the ground and soared into the sky. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Hellion Mo. He wanted to give Hellion Mo a taste of his own medicine. However, Hellion Mo's divine body was too powerful. He easily dodged Gu Fei's grab, then arrived behind Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei's back. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Gu Fei's mouth. This punch from Hellion Mo had caused his internal organs to shift, and his martial body had suffered heavy injuries. Preposterous! Gu Fei's body flew forward involuntarily. At the same time, Hellion Mo instantly caught up and arrived in the sky above Gu Fei. Then he stomped heavily on Gu Fei's head, stomping Gu Fei down from the sky. Hellion Mo's stomp almost caused Gu Fei to faint. The strong vibration caused his vision to darken and his soul to feel like it was about to collapse. Seeing this one-sided scene, everyone thought that Gu Fei was going to be tortured to death by Hellion Mo. Hellion Mo's divine body was truly powerful to an unbelievable extent. 20 times the strength of ascension. Gu Fei, who was falling from the sky, shouted in his heart. A domineering aura erupted from his body. 20 times the strength of ascension caused his battle prowess to rise to an unbelievable level. Bang! Gu Fei, who was falling from the sky once again, pushed off the ground with both his feet, and his entire body shot up into the sky. I'm going to torture you to death. Hellion Mo relied on the strength of his divine body and did not need to defend himself at all. He directly charged towards Gu Fei, who had shot up into the sky. He grabbed Gu Fei and slammed into a mountain in the distance. Boom! The two of them slammed into the mountain, then rushed out from the other side of the mountain. Only then did Hellion Mo let go of Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from the collision just now. I can't even withstand 20 times the strength of ascension. This time, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. 20 times the strength of ascension was already his limit. Even so, he was still being suppressed. Although the secret technique of levitation could heal Gu Fei's martial body instantly, it was still not a good thing for him to be beaten up passively. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The palm covered the sky, emitting terrifying waves. Wherever the palm went, the sky and the void trembled. Bang! Hellion Mo used the strength of his divine body to break the heaven-covering palm. He then approached in an instant. He stretched out his hand and spread his fingers, grabbing onto the top of Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei felt his head tighten as if he was being held by an iron hoop. The difference in strength was too great. The divine body was truly terrifying. No wonder the self-sealed sages were the main characters of this world. If one did not become a sage, he would always be an ant. Once he became a sage, even if he could only use the strength of a divine body, it would be enough to sweep away all the so-called great completion quasi-sages on Bujo Ancestral Star. Humph! Just as Hellion Mo's fingers grabbed onto the top of Gu Fei's head, a purple divine mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then a purple-gold divine light rushed out from his Niwen palace, turning into a sword of Tao, and instantly strangled Hellion Mo. The distance between Hellion Mo and Gu Fei was too close, and the speed of the primordial soul Tao sword was extremely fast. Even Hellion Mo was unable to dodge it. The Yuan soul Tao sword possessed unfathomable power. It was a supreme god technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Wherever the sword light passed, a hideous bloody groove appeared on Hellion Mo's chest. Divine blood seeped out from the groove. What? Chapter 2050. Although Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still transforming, he could use a portion of the primordial spirit's power to display one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were worthy of being called supreme divine arts of the immortal Tao, containing the supreme great Tao within them. The moment the Tao sword appeared, it immediately slashed open Hellion Mo's chest, leaving behind a bloody gash that was nearly a foot long. What shocked Hellion Mo to the extreme was that sparkling and translucent divine blood was seeping out of the bloody groove on his chest. How was this possible? This little guy actually made his divine body bleed. This was something that had never happened before. He was actually injured by a great accomplishment quasi-sage. Hellion Mo could sense that there was a divine power of the immortal path attached to the wound on his chest. This divine power of the immortal path could actually prevent the flesh from regenerating, making it difficult for the wound to heal. Could this be the legendary? Hellion Mo quickly retreated because at this time the purple sword light once again strangled him. This was not a true supreme divine sword, but a divine sword of the great Tao condensed from the primordial spirit's power. Only this kind of power could hurt him. At this time, Hellion Mo did not dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang divine light. Within the divine light was a small sword. The small sword rapidly grew in size, turning into a dazzling black and white sword light. It slashed towards the incoming primordial spirit sword. Hellion Mo was a sword saint, and he cultivated the killing sword. The murderous nature of the yin-yang divine sword made the heavens pale in comparison. This was a flawless divine sword. However, the primordial spirit sword was mysterious and unpredictable. The purple sword light was sometimes condensed like a true supreme divine sword, and sometimes it was like a formless and intangible illusory sword shadow. The murderous black and white sword light flashed and actually pierced through the purple primordial spirit sword. It was as if the sword had slashed through the air. What? Hellion Mo was shocked. At this time, the primordial spirit sword was startled and instantly strangled him. The cold sword chi made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Swoosh! The purple sword light flashed by. Its speed was too fast. Even with Helion Mo's cultivation and the strength of his holy body, he couldn't completely dodge this sword. A ghastly bloody groove appeared on his shoulder. The skin and flesh around the wound were flipped over, and even the bones beneath the skin and flesh could be seen. The wound on Helion Mo's chest had yet to heal, but now his right shoulder had been slashed by a sword. Blood flowed out of his divine body and dripped onto the ground. Helion Mo wanted to retrieve the divine blood that had seeped out of his wound, but he could not. The blood essence of a saint was incomparably precious. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than those rare divine medicines. Wasting it just like that caused those of the older generation who knew of Helion Mo's identity to feel extremely pained. Roar! Helion Mo roared again and again. Yin and Yang divine light rose from his body, and the power of extreme Yin and extreme Yang in his body surged. He used all his strength to expel the divine power of the immortal Tao from his wound. With this, the wounds on Helion Mo's chest and right shoulder immediately healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The immortal Tao divine power that was attached to the wounds was gradually expelled. What a guy! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. The physical body of a saint-level expert was really too powerful. Even the power of a supreme divine technique created by a sovereign was unable to seriously injure Helion Mo's vitality. If an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage was struck by a primordial spirit Tao sword, the wound would probably never heal for the rest of their lives, unless they had some miraculous encounter that could expel the immortal Tao divine power from the wounds. Junior, your divine body is indestructible. That's not just for show. You're still too inexperienced. Helion Mo's wounds were completely healed. He seemed like an ancient deity from the primordial era as he pressed towards Gu Fei. Something seemed to have broken in his body, and a peerlessly powerful ripple of energy spread out from his body. You actually dare to undo the seal? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when he sensed the power that erupted from Helion Mo's body. This power had definitely surpassed the scope of a great perfection quasi-sage. Rumble. Just as Helion Mo undid the seal, there was a faint rumble of thunder in the sky. It was as if the heavens and earth had sensed it, causing Helion Mo's expression to change. I've only undone the first seal. The heavens and earth. Helion Mo felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if something terrible would happen if he undid the second seal on his body. Die. Helion Mo instantly disappeared from where he stood. Bang! Gu Fei flew backwards. A figure appeared where Gu Fei had been standing, but this figure turned blurry and disappeared again. Boom! Gu Fei suffered another heavy blow. Helion Mo ruthlessly stomped on his body, causing him to fall from the sky. The powerful force made Gu Fei's entire body feel like it was about to fall apart, and his martial body was heavily injured. Too powerful. Is this the true power of these old antiques? It had to be said that Helion Mo, who had undone the first seal, was unimaginably powerful. He easily suppressed Gu Fei, making it so that Gu Fei couldn't even fight back. Roar! Gu Fei rushed up from the ground. Rays of purple light shot out from between his eyebrows. Each ray of purple light was a purple divine sword. There were hundreds of primordial spirit Tao swords, and they covered the sky and earth as they pierced towards Helion Mo. He had no choice but to go all out. Gu Fei no longer held back. He used his secret immortal technique to meet Helion Mo head-on. He had killed Helion Mo's great-great-grandson, so Helion Mo would never let him go. There was no turning back for such a great feud of life and death. Buzz! Faced with the several hundred primordial soul Tao swords that shot towards him, Helion Mo stretched out his hand, and a yin-yang wheel appeared in his palm. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang intertwined, turning into a vortex that actually swallowed the several hundred primordial soul Tao swords that shot towards him. Hellion Mo has undone the first seal. Master is no match for him at all. At this moment, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang. If Gu Fei was no match for Hellion Mo, it would be the 12 bandits turned to suffer. The reason why the 13 bandits could survive in the gap between the middle ground and the south was that there were no saints who had sealed themselves. Any saint from the middle ground or the Xian clan who had sealed themselves would be able to wipe out the 13 bandits. However, saints who had sealed themselves did not deign to deal with the 13 bandits. However, it was different now. Gu Fei had killed Hellion Mo's great-great-grandson. No matter what, Hellion Mo would definitely deal with the 12 bandits after taking care of Gu Fei. Ada, let's retreat. If we leave now, we might still have a way out. Jade-faced Playboy, one of the 12 bandits, transmitted his voice to Ada and Zhuge Liang. Escape? Where can we escape to? Don't forget, Master has cultivated an inner world. This Hellion Mo may not be able to kill Master, Zhuge Liang said. Ada, Chapter 2051. Bang. A figure was sent flying, and a few drops of blood sprinkled in the air. The person who was sent flying was Gu Fei. After Hellion Mo undid the first seal on his body, Hellion Mo recovered a trace of sage-level power. Although this sage-level power was not even 1/10,000th of his peak, it was enough for him to sweep away all the great accomplishment quasi-sages in the human realm. In front of a true sage-level power, even someone as strong as Gu Fei couldn't gain the upper hand. He was firmly suppressed by Hellion Mo and didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was the difference. If one didn't become a sage, he would always be an ant. Only by becoming a sage could he become the main character of this world. Gu Fei was sent flying again and again, but he rushed forward again and again to fight against Hellion Mo. The power of the secret art of emergence circulated in his body. This mystical power allowed his martial body to completely recover in a few breaths. Every time he was injured, the speed of recovery would increase. This change surprised and delighted Gu Fei. With this secret art, he didn't have to worry about being killed by Hellion Mo. Gu Fei's martial body had already reached the stage where he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Moreover, he cultivated a heaven-defying immortal Tao secret art. Unless Hellion Mo completely undid all the seals on his body and recovered his sage-level cultivation, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei with a special method. Could it be that this guy cultivated the legendary secret art of emergence? Hellion Mo sensed that something was wrong. He had dealt heavy blows time and time again, and there was even one time when he had smashed his opponent's head apart. However, his opponent would recover in an instant, and his head would regenerate. It was as if he had never been injured. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were shocked by the powerful life force displayed by Gu Fei. Even his head could be reborn after being smashed. Could it be that he had completely fused his divine soul with his physical body, making them indistinguishable? This was an ancient body tempering method. The soul and the physical body were completely fused. Every drop of blood and every piece of muscle in the body was life and soul. At this moment, the Naiwan Palace wasn't so important anymore because the soul didn't just exist in the Naiwan Palace. Even the soul could come and go as it pleased, and it could exist in any part of the body. A martial artist cultivated the soul and the martial body. This was the most primitive form of life, the most fundamental source of power. Boom! Hellion Mo displayed a terrifying killing technique. A yin and yang rushed out from his palm, and a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth spread out from the yin and yang. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly hit by this monstrous force. His physical body instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even a martial body of the great accomplishment quasi-sage realm could not withstand it. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. This Hellion Mo was truly too powerful. Even Gu Fei, who was known to be invincible among his peers, had been beaten into a bloody mist. Dai. The yin and yang energy in Helion Mo's hand revolved. The power of yin and yang intertwined, forming a vortex. A heaven-devouring power seeped out from the vortex. The bloody mist in the void was immediately swallowed by the vortex formed by yin and yang. In the distant sky, the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang was shocked when he saw this. This Helion Mo was going to use a method of extermination. He was going to use the yin-yang wheel in his hand to obliterate Gu Fei, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. This method might really be able to obliterate Gu Fei. However, just as the vortex on the yin-yang wheel completely swallowed the bloody mist that Gu Fei's physical body had turned into, a powerful aura spread out from within the vortex. Buzz! With a deafening sound, the entire yin-yang wheel began to vibrate. Kacha! Cracks as thin as hair appeared on the yin-yang wheel. This caused Helion Mo's eyes to bulge out, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Helion Mo's voice trembled. Kacha! Countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang wheel, as though it could collapse at any time. A powerful force was trying to rush out from the yin-yang wheel. This is a flawless divine artifact. How could that fellow not die? Could it be that it's that quasi-supreme divine artifact? Helion Mo was indescribably shocked. His hands moved continuously, and many divine inscriptions condensed between his hands. Then, they entered the yin-yang wheel in front of him. He wanted to use his own strength to suppress the force within the yin-yang wheel. Bang! Just as Helion Mo was using all his strength, the yin-yang wheel in front of him exploded. The force within the yin-yang wheel actually broke through the seal of the yin-yang wheel and rushed out. Countless fragments instantly hit Helion Mo's body, and drops of blood splattered. The power contained within those tiny fragments was very strong, and it could actually penetrate a divine body. Roar! Helion Mo was indeed an ancient saint who had experienced hundreds of battles. He roared angrily and left behind an afterimage on his original spot as he rapidly retreated. However, at this moment, a small cauldron had already followed him like a shadow. It smashed over and viciously smashed into Helion Mo's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The small cauldron had actually smashed Helion Mo's sternum into pieces, and his chest caved in. The small cauldron directly pierced through Helion Mo's divine body and flew out from behind him, bringing with it a large clump of shattered flesh and broken bones. Die! In the instant that the small cauldron pierced through Helion Mo's body, a figure had already rushed in front of Helion Mo. With a wave of his sword, a violet gold sword light flashed, and Helion Mo's head flew into the air. Swish! In the instant that Helion Mo's head was chopped off, a beam of divine light shot out from between Helion Mo's eyebrows, instantly shattering the void and disappearing into the chaos. What a pity! Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand. He could not help but shake his head when he saw the spatial hole that was rapidly recovering in front of him. He was already fast enough, but in the end, Helion Mo's primordial spirit still managed to escape. However, he also saw that a sliver of killing intent was already attached to Helion Mo's primordial spirit. That was the killing intent from the violet gold divine sword. Even though it was a very weak sliver of killing intent, it was enough to make Helion Mo suffer. From the collapse of Helion Mo's yin-yang wheel to Gu Fei killing Helion Mo, this series of events happened far too quickly. Before anyone could react, the situation of the battle had completely reversed. This Gu Fei had actually defeated an ancient saint who had sealed himself. This was far too unbelievable. It must be known that a divine body could be said to be indestructible. Ordinary weapons could not pose any threat to a divine body at all. Everything happened far too quickly. Only a limited number of people saw a small cauldron pierce through Helion Mo's divine body and a violet gold divine sword behead Helion Mo. Chapter 2052. Hellion Mo was defeated. Only his primordial spirit was left. It broke through the void and escaped into the chaos. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Hellion Mo's primordial spirit could survive. One must know that the murderous intent on the violet gold divine sword was extraordinary. The murderous intent on the violet gold divine sword was fatal even to a sage. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit had an extremely weak, murderous intent attached to it. Whether or not his primordial spirit could survive would depend on his luck. Gu Fei took away Hellion Mo's sacred body and met up with the 12 bandits before leaving this region. By the time the spectators regained their senses, Gu Fei and the others were long gone. This Gu Fei, the city lord of Everlasting City, did not stop Gu Fei and the others from leaving. This was a god of death that even a self-sealed sage was no match for. The news of Hellion Mo's defeat quickly spread and shook the entire cultivation world of Bujo Ancestral Star. This was simply a miracle. A great completion, sage-to-be had actually defeated an ancient sage who had sealed himself. How is this possible? How can he be this powerful? In the Ziyun clan on a barren mountain peak, a young cultivator in purple robes sat cross-legged on a boulder in front of a cave. He mumbled to himself, unable to believe the information he just received from the communication talisman. Gu Fei actually defeated Hellion Mo. That was Hellion Mo. Hellion Mo was one of the old ancestors of the Hellion clan in the Middle Region. He was an ancient sage who had sealed his cultivation base. A sage who had sealed his cultivation base was not something that a great accomplishment quasi-sage could compare with. This was because the two of them were not on the same level. The young cultivator in purple robes who sat cross-legged on the boulder in front of the cave was Zi Yunlong. When he led 100,000 divine fire soldiers against the 13 bandits, they were utterly defeated by the combined forces of Gu Fei and the city lord. As the vanguard, Zi Yunlong was defeated in the first battle. After he returned to the Ziyun clan, he was severely punished. He was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes on this barren mountain peak. Apart from the cave, there was nothing else on the mountain peak. The cave was also empty, not even a praying mat. Looks like I won't be able to get my revenge. Zi Yunlong shook his head, a desolate expression on his face. Gu Fei's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was well aware of the strength and terror of a self-sealed saint. In front of these antiques, great perfection quasi-sages were as weak as ants. Humph, that hateful fellow actually defeated Hellion Mo. I reckon he used some despicable method again. In the ancestral court of the Ziyun clan, there was a pavilion on the peak of a mountain that seemed like a paradise. A man and a woman were currently conversing in the pavilion. This man and woman were Zi Yunxiao and his sister. Then Gu Fei is really that strong. Zi Yunxiao could not believe it. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hellion Mo had reached the Ziyun clan as soon as possible. This caused the upper echelon of the clan to be extremely shocked. Originally, the Ziyun clan had planned to continue sending troops to attack the center plain. But now that a variable like Gu Fei had appeared, the plan was temporarily put on hold. The people who had received the news of Gu Fei defeating Hellion Mo were the upper echelon of the supreme forces of Bujo Ancestral Planet. These supreme forces had always been very well informed. In the ancestral court of the Gold clan in the north, a woman wearing a golden mask held a communication talisman in her hand. Gu Fei, the golden goddess, clenched her fist and crushed the jade talisman into dust. Who would have thought? At the same time, a long sigh came from where the old master of the center plane, Immortal Manor, was recuperating. At this moment, the entire Hellion clan was in a mess. Hellion Mo had actually been defeated. Only his origin soul had escaped into the chaos. This news was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. Everyone could not believe that their ancestor had actually been defeated. Hellion Mo's defeat and Hellion Lingyue's death were absolutely unbearable blows to the Hellion clan. It should be noted that Hellion Mo was a powerful existence in the Hellion clan that could intimidate everyone. With Hellion Mo around, they could intimidate the other forces. However, Hellion Mo had been defeated and his origin soul had escaped into the chaos. Without the power to intimidate everyone, it would be strange if the Hellion clan did not panic. "I want Gu Fei dead at all costs." The furious roar of the Hellion clan's patriarch reverberated in the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. All the core disciples of the Hellion clan were extremely shocked. The clan had issued a must-kill order. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The wind and clouds are rising. The world is in chaos. In the ancestral court of the Hellion clan, an old man sweeping the floor suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself. While everyone was still in shock, Gu Fei had already brought the 12 bandits into his inner world. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist was still refining the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area. He had yet to successfully refine the forbidden area into his body and turn it into his own inner world. The Buzhou ancestral star was in chaos. There were people in the southern region, the northern region, the central plains, and the eastern region who were restless. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei for now. What he needed to do now was to collect the spoils of war that belonged to the victors. However, when Gu Fei carefully examined Hellion Mo's sacred body, he was a little disappointed. There was not a single item on Hellion Mo's body that he had expected. The flawless saint artifact, the Yin-Yang Divine Sword, had already protected Hellion Mo's origin soul and disappeared into the chaos. Hellion Mo was an ancient saint who sealed his cultivation and stayed in the human world. After such a long time, Hellion Mo's collection was definitely shocking. However, it was impossible for an existence like Hellion Mo to carry all of his collection on him. An ancient saint could definitely open up an inner world. However, Hellion Mo's origin soul was still there, so his inner world would not collapse. In the end, Gu Fei only obtained Hellion Mo's sacred body. This sacred body contained a vast life force, but the life force of the sacred body was being eroded by the murderous aura on the purple-gold divine sword. Gu Fei had no choice but to take out the purple-gold divine sword to draw out the murderous aura from the sacred body. If he did not draw out the murderous aura that had invaded the sacred body, the essence qi in the sacred body would be completely eroded by the murderous aura in a few days, causing the sacred body to lose its immortal divinity. A sacred body that had lost its immortal divinity was like an ordinary corpse. It had no value and would gradually decay with the passage of time. Chapter 2053. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei gathered a group of subordinates. Currently, his subordinates were full of talents. As long as he waved his arm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a sect. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a stream was murmuring. Occasionally, unknown birds would chase and play among the flowers, emitting cheerful cries. In the valley, Gu Zhong and Yao Yu were directing the people of the Meng family to build a big stove. Beside the stove, there was an ancient cauldron. That ancient cauldron wasn't an ordinary cauldron. There were birds, beasts, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas on it. Everything in the world seemed to have their traces on it. These patterns seemed to be naturally formed by the world, without any traces of engraving. This ancient cauldron was the legendary Mountain River Cauldron. As Gu Fei was about to do something big, a trace of blood drifted out from the Mountain River Cauldron. The cauldron was filled with a bright red liquid. That was the blood essence of Hellion Mo's saint body. It was truly saint blood. Soon a big stove was built. Gu Fei placed the Mountain River Cauldron on the stove. Then he took out a divine bead that emitted a resplendent flame and placed it under the stove. That was the Fire Phoenix divine bead that he had obtained from the Phoenix Perishing Dragon Graveyard. The divine fire that was emitted from the Fire Phoenix divine bead was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. This kind of Fire Phoenix, true fire, could even refine immortal divine iron. It was as if there was a divine sun burning under the mountain river cauldron. After the mountain river cauldron absorbed the fire phoenix essence from the fire phoenix divine bead, the saint blood in the cauldron began to boil. At this time, the 12 great bandits, the people of the Meng family, and the 3 undying emperors of the Undying clan arrived. This was Gu Fei's current strength. The 12 great bandits were the 12 strongest experts under Gu Fei, followed by his disciple, Gu Zhong. It should be known that Gu Zhong was an almighty warrior. In the almighty realm, he was an invincible existence. The weakest among Gu Fei's subordinates was the Meng family, a descendant of Kunlun on the great desolate planet. Even Gu Fei's new disciple, Yao Yu, was much stronger than the strongest old clan lord of the Meng family. Yao Yu was only 1 step away from the immortal god realm. Yao Yu was a disciple that Gu Fei had accepted on a continent that had been sealed by a saint. She was not an ordinary disciple. She had an innate water elemental physique. The reason why Gu Fei had accepted her as his disciple was mostly because she had an innate water elemental physique. People with an innate water elemental physique were naturally close to the water elemental essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. People with this kind of physique would definitely get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating water elemental cultivation techniques. This was an innate advantage. In the early stages of cultivation, this innate advantage was put to good use. Compared to people with ordinary constitutions, their growth rate was much faster. However, as one's cultivation increased, this innate advantage would gradually weaken. It should be known that even the most ordinary creatures could become the strongest in the world through cultivation. On the other hand, those with heaven-defying talent would die prematurely. It had to be said that the laws of heaven and earth were fair. Innate talent could not determine everything. However, such innate talent was definitely a good thing for cultivation. Yao Yu's starting point was much higher than the average person's. Of course, Gu Fei had never been a good master. He was only responsible for imprinting the cultivation technique into his disciple's mind. After that, he would let his disciple freely use it. Just like Gu Zhong, the number of times Gu Fei had taught Gu Zhong could be counted with 10 fingers. In Gu Fei's opinion, there was nothing wrong with this. After all, the master was a disciple, and the cultivation depended on the individual. The extent to which his disciple could grow depended on the disciple's own efforts. At this time, old Jiao was still in seclusion. He wanted to go to the next level and become an expert in the Dragon Clan. Among the 3 disciples of Gu Fei, old Jiao seemed to be the most diligent. From time to time, he would go into seclusion. After he came out, his strength would more or less increase. "Master, everything is ready. Should we start?" At this time, Gu Zhong walked over. "Let's start. You'll be the first." Gu Fei nodded. He stood in front of the ancient cauldron and carefully controlled the fire phoenix divine pearl to control the intensity of the fire. At this time, a bloody smell mixed with the fragrance of spiritual medicine floated out from the mountain and river cauldron. This smell was so unpleasant that many people in the valley covered their noses. Yes, hearing this, Gu Zhong could not help but reveal an excited expression. At this time, the medicinal power in the mountain and river cauldron was definitely at its strongest. He would be the first to absorb the purest medicinal power. He knew very well what this meant. It was a medicinal liquid that was refined by Gu Fei using a drop of divine blood. Then he added countless kinds of divine medicines and used the mountain and river cauldron to refine it. This medicinal liquid was extremely beneficial to warriors. Gu Zhong did not hesitate. He directly took off his outer clothes and only wore a pair of underwear. Then he leaped into the large cauldron on the stove. Roar! Gu Zhong roared as soon as he entered the large cauldron. He felt as if his skin and flesh were being scalded by a red-hot iron. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The medicinal liquid in the mountain and river cauldron contained powerful essence qi. This essence qi entered Gu Zhong's body through his pores. This made him feel as if there were countless tiny red-hot iron wires swimming in his meridians. This extremely powerful essence qi was refining Gu Zhong's martial body. The divine blood of the saint body in the cauldron had a miraculous effect on refining the body. As time passed, Gu Zhong could clearly feel the changes that were happening to his body. Gu Zhong's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly being refined by the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. Although this process was very painful, it was the most effective. Gu Zhong's pig-like roars could be heard from the ancient cauldron. The pain in his martial body was really unbearable. Even someone as strong as him was in so much pain that his vision turned black. An hour later, Gu Zhong, who was soaking in the medicinal liquid in the mountain and river cauldron, stood up reluctantly and walked out. Gu Zhong's skin was completely red. He looked like a cooked human prawn. He quickly took out a set of clean clothes and quickly put them on. After putting on his clothes, he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to circulate his mysterious qi. As he circulated his mysterious qi, Gu Zhong's body immediately emitted a popping sound. His muscles and bones were shaking. This body tempering was extremely important to Gu Zhong. Saint-level divine blood was something that could only be discovered by luck. Only Gu Fei would dare to use divine blood to refine his martial body. After Gu Zhong soaked in the medicinal liquid, it was the 12 Great Bandits' turn. Chapter 2054. Gu Zhong immediately went into seclusion. The effects of the divine blood tempering his body were much better than he had imagined. Gu Zhong felt that his cultivation could go up another level. As long as he could reach the Almighty Emperor realm of the fifth heaven, he would truly be invincible among his peers. Moreover, if he used the secret technique of ascension, he could even challenge an ordinary half-sage. Moreover, the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron could also transform his martial body and make it even stronger. Of course, this transformation would not be completed in an instant. Gu Fei had only refined a drop of divine blood. Within the cauldron of precious liquid, the most precious drop of divine blood was that drop of divine blood. The other medicinal ingredients were only there to support it. Divine blood was not that easy to refine. Even if an ordinary person obtained divine blood, they would not be able to use it. Within the divine blood, there was a peerless killing intent left behind by Hellion Mo below the sage realm. Only Gu Fei could refine the killing intent within the divine blood. Roar! I will definitely take revenge for this. Just as Gu Fei was using Hellion Mo's divine blood to temper the bodies of his subordinates, a yin-yang divine light was floating in the primal chaos. Within the yin-yang divine light, a figure was sitting cross-legged. This person was Hellion Mo's primordial spirit, who had broken through the void and escaped into the primal chaos. A yin-yang divine sword was circling around Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. The divine sword emitted a cold sword light that completely enveloped Hellion Mo. Traces of yin-yang divine light actually penetrated Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. At this moment, there was a killing intent swimming within Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit was drawing the power of the yin-yang divine sword to resist this killing intent. It's too terrifying. Hellion Mo recalled Gu Fei's sword. Even now, he still felt a chill in his heart. If he had been a little slower, he would probably have died under that sword. What sword is that? Could it be a paragon sword? Hellion Mo was very clear that the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was unbelievably sharp. It had easily sliced through his flesh. His saint-level body couldn't even withstand a single blow from the divine sword. What was even more terrifying was that the sword actually possessed astonishing killing intent. The killing intent immediately invaded his body. If it were not for his alertness and the fact that his soul had escaped, even his soul would have probably been corroded by the killing intent, and then his soul would have been dispersed. Even with that being the case, a sliver of killing intent still managed to invade his soul. Like maggots, it coiled around his soul and constantly ate away at his life force. This was definitely a huge problem for Hellion Mo's soul. Fortunately, he had the flawless saint artifact, the Yin-Yang divine sword, to protect him. Otherwise, this strand of killing intent would have killed him long ago. I can't accept this. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit was about to go crazy. He was a saint who had already dominated the 3 realms during the Ancient Age. Now his fleshly body had actually been destroyed by a little fellow who was not even a saint. Such an impossible thing had actually happened to him. It was hard for Hellion Mo's primordial spirit to imagine that he would end up in such a miserable state. Right now, it was hard to say whether he would even be able to survive. Just as Hellion Mo's primordial spirit was howling in the chaos, a drop of his primordial blood was dissolved by Gu Fei and refined into a cauldron of precious liquid, which was used to refine the fleshly bodies of his subordinates. After Gu Zhong left, it was the turn of the 12 Great Bandits. The 12 Great Bandits were extremely excited. They knew very well what this meant. This was the refining of the primordial blood. After the refinement of the primordial blood, their fleshly bodies would become extremely powerful. Ordinary divine weapons would no longer be able to harm them. Most importantly, although they were not warriors, the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron was extremely beneficial to their primordial spirits. Now that their cultivation had reached the level of the 12 Great Bandits, what they needed to do was to comprehend the heavenly way and allow their primordial spirits to transform again in preparation for becoming saints in the future. Within the primordial blood, there was a kind of comprehension of the great way that Hellion Mo had left behind. This was the true divine way and was extremely important to the 12 Great Bandits. Without any hesitation, the 12 Great Bandits also leaped into the mountain and river cauldron. The essence of the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron was constantly being absorbed by everyone. The immortal divinity within the precious liquid was also weakening. After 6 hours, the 12 Great Bandits reluctantly leaped out of the mountain and river cauldron. They could only soak in the precious liquid for around 6 hours, because this was already the limit of what they could endure. If they soaked any longer, they would face the danger of exploding and dying. After the 12 Great Bandits bowed to Gu Fei, they also left. They had gained a lot and needed to immediately find a place to digest what they had comprehended. Afterwards, Yao Yu also entered the mountain and river cauldron and used the precious liquid to refine her fleshly body. Rays of treasured light that could be seen by the naked eye entered Yao Yu's body and rapidly changed her physique. However, she could only grit her teeth and endure for less than an hour before she had no choice but to rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Just as Yao Yu rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, the weather between heaven and earth immediately changed. Dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and a pressure from heaven and earth descended on this part of the world. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He never imagined that, after soaking in the precious liquid, Yao Yu actually broke through and was about to undergo the immortal god tribulation. Master, sensing the extremely powerful fluctuation coming down from the sky, Yao Yu couldn't help but panic and was at a loss of what to do. Don't panic. I will bring you outside to undergo the tribulation. With me here, a mere immortal god tribulation is nothing. Gu Fei kept the fire phoenix divine bead and the mountain and river cauldron. The sacred blood body tempering was temporarily over. The people of the Meng clan could only leave first. The Meng clan's old clan leader and the most outstanding disciple of the Meng clan, Meng Long, were a little disappointed. Especially Meng Long, he couldn't help but yearn for Yao Yu to undergo the immortal god tribulation. Becoming an expert had always been Meng Long's goal. Usually, Yao Yu had a lot of contact with the Meng clan. Basically, Yao Yu was the one in charge of the Meng clan. Meng Long was like Yao Yu's younger brother. Seeing that Yao Yu was about to undergo the tribulation, Meng Long was happy for her. The immortal god tribulation. As long as one succeeded, they would be able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. They would become an immortal god with great magical powers. Moreover, according to Yao Yu, her bloodline was different. As long as she could successfully undergo the tribulation, she would become an expert among the immortals. Meng Long originally wanted to worship Gu Zhong as his master, but Gu Zhong was either teaching Yao Yu or in seclusion. Meng Long rarely had the chance to see this eldest disciple of the Lord. I must become an expert like the Lord. Meng Long secretly made up his mind. He planned to wait for Yao Yu to come back and ask her to recommend him to Gu Zhong. At this time, Gu Fei had already opened his inner world and left with Yao Yu. Chapter 2055. Rumble. In a deep mountain forest thousands of miles away from immortal Venerable city, a deafening thunderclap could be heard. In the sky above the forest, black tribulation clouds were descending from the sky, almost reaching the ground. The tribulation clouds covered a radius of a few hundred miles. Dazzling lightning shot out from the dark tribulation clouds, tearing the dark sky apart. The other parts of the forest were bright and sunny. The place covered by the tribulation clouds was a stark contrast to the other places. This kind of phenomenon was known as a phenomenon. Any cultivator with some knowledge would immediately avoid such a phenomenon and not dare to get close. Someone was undergoing tribulation. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary tribulation. It was an immortal God tribulation. The person undergoing tribulation would emit a mystical wave. This was a type of tribulation energy. As long as one came into contact with this energy, it would trigger their own tribulation. For ordinary cultivators, this would definitely be fatal. Yao Yu was undergoing tribulation. She had already endured the tribulation for more than an hour. Her blood was still vigorous, and her body was emitting a brilliant light. She looked like a goddess of war. Even in the face of this powerful tribulation, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she felt excited. Not bad. At this moment, outside the area covered by the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. He used his martial heaven's eye to look at Yao Yu and couldn't help but nod. He was very satisfied with Yao Yu's performance. As a cultivator, they should have the mentality of becoming stronger the stronger they meet. Even in the face of tribulation, they should treat the tribulation as an opponent. At this moment, some silhouettes appeared in the nearby mountains. Some people were alarmed by the commotion here and came to take a look. Someone is undergoing tribulation. Some of the cultivators who came to take a look couldn't help but change their expressions when they sensed the pressure of heaven and earth. No one dared to go near the area covered by the tribulation clouds. They all watched from afar. That person is, at this moment, someone noticed Gu Fei standing on the peak of the mountain. Hiss! When someone saw Gu Fei's face clearly, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and fled far away. I didn't expect that person to be here too. Those who recognized Gu Fei did not dare to approach Gu Fei. After all, it was this fierce person who had killed an ancestor of the Hellion family a few days ago. Rumor had it that the ancestor of the Hellion family, whose physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, was actually an ancient sage who had attained enlightenment in ancient times. Gu Fei's achievement of slaying an ancient saint with a sword was enough to shock the world, and he was known as the #1 savage of the ancestral star of Buzhou. Gu Fei has appeared. Very soon, the Hellion family had received the news in the ancestral court of the Hellion family. When he heard this, the Hellion family head stood up from his seat and a shocking murderous aura erupted from his body. Patriarch, please sacrifice the ancestral item to kill Gu Fei. The Hellion family head made a prompt decision and personally went to the depths of the ancestral court to invite the other patriarch of the Hellion family, who was still in deep sleep. The ancestral land of the Hellion family was a rare place where the dragon vein was located. The patriarch of the Hellion family slept in the depths of the dragon vein and did not come out easily. However, Hellion Mo's physical body had been destroyed. Even the Hellion family head could not resolve such a big matter and had to invite the patriarch to take charge. The patriarch of the Hellion family had an extraordinary status in the family. Even the Hellion family head had to be respectful when he saw these patriarchs and did not dare to slight them. Dragon chi rose in the dragon vein, and a faintly discernible pressure enveloped the entire dragon vein. In the depths of the dragon vein, there were a few stone coffins floating in the dragon chi. The dragon chi of the earth there was extremely thick, almost to the point of liquefying. The Hellion family head's footsteps were very light, as he was afraid that his footsteps would disturb the sleeping patriarch. There were 3 stone coffins floating in the air above the dragon cave. One of the stone coffins had already been opened and was empty. This stone coffin was Hellion Mo's stone coffin. As for the other 2 stone coffins, their lids were still sealed and had never been opened. Most of the ancient sages used this method to make themselves fall into a deep sleep. There were also people who walked the world all the time and did not like to sleep. Hellion Mo had already woken up from his deep sleep 10,000 years ago. As for the other 2 patriarchs, they still chose to continue sleeping and had no intention of coming out. This time, the Hellion family head had come to use a secret technique to awaken one of the patriarchs. The Hellion family head knew that this was a rare opportunity. If Gu Fei were to hide again, it would be difficult to find him no matter how many people they had. He walked forward and took out a silver dagger before making a cut on his left wrist. Fresh blood immediately flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the stone coffin in the middle of the 3 stone coffins. After the Hellion family head's blood dripped onto the stone coffin, the blood seeped into the stone coffin and disappeared. It was as if the blood had never dripped before. After continuously dripping more than 10 drops of blood, the Hellion family head finally stopped. Rumble! After the Hellion family head stopped dripping blood onto the stone coffin, the stone coffin in front of him suddenly shook. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavy coffin lid on the stone coffin flew up. A figure stood up from the stone coffin. It was a skinny old man with a sallow complexion. He looked like a zombie. Greetings, patriarch. The Hellion family head hurriedly knelt down. Swish! At this moment, the old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. A cold light shot out from those tiny eyes, causing the dark void to suddenly light up. Using blood to awaken me? Could it be that the Hellion family has already reached the point of life and death? An old and hoarse voice resounded. This old man seemed to have not spoken for a long time. When he suddenly spoke, his pronunciation was a little strange. Replying to Patriarch, something has happened to Patriarch Hellion. The Hellion family head didn't dare to hide anything. He told the old man everything that had happened in detail. What? After the old man heard it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He knew Hellion Mo's cultivation. Among the 3 Hellion ancestors, Hellion Mo's cultivation was not the weakest. A junior who wasn't even a sage had actually defeated Hellion Mo. How was this possible? The old man couldn't believe it. However, the current Hellion family head in front of him definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him. It seemed like Hellion Mo had really fallen into the hands of a junior. This was simply a great humiliation. The 3 Hellion ancestors were once extremely glorious. Even in ancient times, they were overlords of a region. Chapter 2056. In the depths of the mountain, the heavenly tribulation continued. It's actually the 9th stage of the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak. At this moment, the 7th stage of the heavenly tribulation had already descended from the sky. The power of this heavenly tribulation was fire. Terrifying heavenly flames soared into the sky and instantly enveloped Yaoyu, completely drowning her. The heavenly flames burned the void, and Yaoyu roared again and again. She did not die. In the sea of flames, waves of water elemental power rushed out from her body. Water and fire restrained each other. When the terrifying heavenly flames approached Yaoyu, they were extinguished. It was difficult for the flames to burn her body. Rumble, Yao Yu executed the water elemental fist. Every time she punched out, the power of the water element would surge out. Like a huge wave, it would extinguish the burning heavenly flames. At this moment, Yao Yu's body was constantly transforming under the effect of the new power. Her bones and flesh were constantly being tempered by the new power, constantly becoming stronger. This was the process of a warrior becoming an immortal god. It was a rebirth. It was a true rebirth. The acquired martial body would transform into an immortal god martial body. This process was extremely painful. The new flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would completely replace the acquired flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. At this moment, the transformation process of Yao Yu's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had already been more than halfway through. Half of the tendons and bones had already been replaced by new tendons and bones. The acquired tendons and bones were constantly shattering, turning into the finest impurities that seeped out of her pores. At this moment, the bloodstains on Yao Yu's body had already fallen off countless times. Roar! Yao Yu gritted her teeth and endured. This process was truly painful. If not for the fact that her martial body had been tempered by the sacred blood, this process would have been even more painful. Yao Yu's martial body had absorbed the essence of the sacred blood. The recovery speed of her martial body had greatly increased. After the acquired martial body collapsed, the new immortal god martial body would immediately be born and replace the acquired martial body. As long as the transformation was completed, Yao Yu would become an immortal god. The transformation of her body and the heavenly tribulation outside her body caused Yao Yu to be in danger. Pum! A fireball descended from the sky and rushed past Yao Yu's side. The terrifying divine fire directly burned half of Yao Yu's body to ashes. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. The small half of his body that was burned by the heavenly fire was rapidly recovering. His muscles, bones, and flesh were reborn. Moreover, the flesh that was reborn this time was resplendent with treasure light. It was the immortal spirit treasure body. A powerful force surged within the treasure body, causing Yao Yu to feel as if she was brimming with power. It was as if she could punch a hole in the heavens and earth with a single punch. So the power of heavenly tribulation can speed up the transformation of the martial body. After healing a small part of her body that had been burned by the heavenly fire, Yao Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Previously, she had been trying her best to keep the power of the heavenly tribulation out of her body. At this moment, she seemed to realize that her method of transcending the tribulation was actually wrong. Thus, Yao Yu began to guide the heavenly fire to temper her martial body. When the heavenly flame entered his body, it felt like his soul was burning. His bones, flesh, blood, and even his soul felt like it was on fire. This kind of extreme pain was unbearable for ordinary people. The terrifying heavenly fire was destroying the vitality of Yao Yu's martial body. However, there was an extremely strong life force in Yao Yu's body that was constantly repairing the damaged body. Destruction and rebirth alternated. This was like a cycle of reincarnation. The power of the heavenly tribulation was constantly weakening. It was unknown how many reincarnations Yao Yu's martial body had experienced. When the fire tribulation of the 9-stage heavenly tribulation ended, Yao Yu's martial body had almost completely transformed into the immortal spirit martial body. Ha! Yao Yu laughed loudly and her voice shook the sky. At this moment, the wind tribulation of the 9-stage heavenly tribulation started. A formless heavenly wind blew from the sky. Wherever the heavenly wind passed, all life would be extinguished. If a cultivator were to be blown by it, their body and soul would be instantly destroyed and turned into dust. The moment Yao Yu's powerful half-immortal spirit treasure body came into contact with the heavenly wind, dense cracks appeared on her body. It was as if she was about to be blown away by the heavenly wind. Just as the wind tribulation descended, Gu Fei, who was at the peak of a distant mountain, suddenly felt a trace of danger. He suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. I didn't expect those people to come so quickly, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then he rushed into the sky and rushed into the distance. No one dared to approach Yao Yu's heavenly tribulation. Before the heavenly tribulation ended, Yao Yu was the safest. No one dared to take the risk of triggering their own heavenly tribulation to attack Yao Yu. The weakest moment of a person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was when they had just passed the heavenly tribulation. This was because, at this moment, the energy in the person's body was almost completely exhausted. They were at the stage where the old energy had been used up and the new energy had yet to be generated. Boom! A violent tremor came from the horizon. The sky collapsed and a black hole appeared in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black hole. "Who is Gu Fei? Quickly come and die." An aged voice came from the black hole and spread across the sky and earth. Everyone was shocked. This person hasn't even shown himself, and it was already so earth-shattering. Could it be those old antiques? Gu Fei is here. You want my life? Be careful, I'll take your life instead. Gu Fei used his extreme speed and instantly arrived nearby. So what if it was an old antique? Didn't he slay Hellion Mo with a single slash of his sword? Could this person be even stronger than Hellion Mo? Good. That voice rang out once more. At this time, a figure slowly descended from the black hole. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he couldn't help but be startled. It was a skinny old man with a waxy yellow face. A few strands of hair grew sparsely on his head, and his teeth had almost all fallen off. However, this old man gave Gu Fei a feeling of extreme danger. "Gu Fei, you're dead for sure this time." Behind the little old man was a middle-aged man dressed in black. This man held a purple divine spear in his hands. There were faint ancient runes on the divine spear. A saint item. When Gu Fei saw the violet divine spear in the middle-aged man's hand, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. "You too are?" Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed where these two had come from. "Gu Fei, I'll let you know when you die. I'm the head of the Hellion family." The middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei coldly. His eyes were practically spitting fire, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and tear Gu Fei apart. It had to be known that this fellow called Gu Fei had slain the physical body of an ancestor of the Hellion family. That ancestor had lost his physical body and was only left with a nascent spirit. Most of his cultivation had gone down the drain. Losing an ancestor was definitely a heaven-shaking matter for the Hellion family. This was already enough to shake the foundation of the Hellion family. "What are you talking about? Just kill him." The old man rolled his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes towards Gu Fei's face. Chapter 2057. The experts of the Hellion family had arrived. Rumble, high up in the sky, the black hole was rapidly mending itself. The Hellion family head and a small old man descended on the mountain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The appearance of the small old man and the Hellion family head was truly shocking. They actually broke through the void and arrived at the depths of the mountain. This method was too frightening. The Hellion family head was just a great completion quasi-sage. Gu Fei did not care about this fella at all. What made him feel threatened was the small old man. Another sage who sealed himself. When Gu Fei saw the small old man, his eyes could not help but narrow. "You are Gu Fei." The small old man stood in the air tens of feet away from Gu Fei. The few strands of hair on his head fluttered in the wind. The small old man's teeth had almost completely fallen out. His face was full of wrinkles, and his skin was full of age spots. "I am." Gu Fei looked at the small old man and said calmly. This small old man was definitely an extremely dangerous existence. Gu Fei instinctively felt a great threat from the small old man. You are the one who destroyed Helion Mo's physical body." As the little old man spoke, a chilling glint flickered within his tiny eyes. An invisible killing intent radiated from the little old man's body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, Gu Fei felt the surrounding temperature rapidly plummet, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "So what if it's me?" Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. There was no other expression on his face. Even if the other party was a self-sealed sage, he was not afraid. After all, he had destroyed Helion Mo's physical body. If it's you, then things will be easy. Just accept your death." The small old man stared at Gu Fei and said these words. This junior named Gu Fei had caused the Helion family to lose a self-sealed sage. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Helion family. One must know that there were only 3 saints in the Helion clan who had sealed themselves. This was especially so during this critical period when chaos had arisen on the Buzhou ancestral star. The Helion clan had to protect themselves and fight for the opportunity to become a sage. The survival of the 3 great ancestors determined everything. Helion Mo's physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and only his primordial spirit was left. He was basically crippled. As a result, the Helion clan was under a lot of pressure without an ancestor to oversee the clan. Why don't you obediently come over and accept your death?" Gu Fei smiled. This little old man was really that confident. "Kill." The little old man didn't say anything more and directly executed his killing technique, attacking towards Gu Fei. A resplendent divine light shot out from the 5 fingers of the little old man's right hand, piercing towards Gu Fei. 5 rays of light shot out like heavenly rainbows. Each of them contained extremely powerful energy that tore through the void. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one will know the real deal. The rays of light from the little old man's right hand were so powerful that even Gu Fei had to fly into the sky to avoid them. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a fist of chaos. With one punch, heaven and earth collapsed and then shattered, turning into a destructive force that rushed towards the little old man below. On Gu Fei's fist, there were chaotic Tao patterns vaguely appearing. The little old man sensed the power of Gu Fei's punch and could not help but be moved. This little guy had actually comprehended the embryonic form of the 9 Tao patterns. How was this possible? The little old man could already tell that Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao had already reached a height that others couldn't reach. But even so, this little guy couldn't possibly destroy Helion Mo's saint-level physical body. One should know that a saint-level physical body was a saint body. To a certain extent, a saint body was indestructible. Even if a saint had fallen, his saint body would still have immortal divinity. The strength of a saint body was unimaginable. As long as one didn't become a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint body was. Bang! With a muffled sound, the little old man casually waved his right hand, and the destructive fist force that was rushing down from the sky was directly dispersed by him. Swoosh! At the same time, the little old man's figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and pressed his hand on Gu Fei's chest. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Bang! Before Gu Fei had time to react, the little old man's bony right hand that was pressing on Gu Fei's chest emitted a ray of divine light. It directly pierced through Gu Fei's physical body. The shattered flesh and bones turned into a bloody mist that sprayed out from the wound. Then Gu Fei was sent flying. Gu Fei couldn't believe that this little old man was actually this strong. He didn't even need to undo the seal on his body to injure his martial body. Too weak. With this level of cultivation and strength, how could he destroy Helion Mo's physical body? The little old man shook his head. He couldn't understand how someone as powerful as Helion Mo was defeated by this little guy. It seemed impossible. Roar! Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away. He let out an angry roar that shook the sky. A ray of light surged from his martial body, and the bloody hole on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the bloody hole on Gu Fei's chest disappeared. Seeing that Gu Fei had recovered so quickly, the little old man's eyes immediately flashed. A descendant of the martial progenitor's line. The little old man muttered to himself. He had started his cultivation much earlier than Hellion Mo. This little old man was truly an old antique. He had experienced the dark times of the ancient times. Even in the ancient times, there were only a few descendants of the martial progenitor's line. However, every descendant of the martial progenitor's line was extremely powerful, especially those who had cultivated the indestructible martial body. They were definitely the rulers of the sacred level. In the current era, the descendants of the martial progenitor's line had long disappeared. On Buzhou Ancestral Star, even the inheritance of martial arts had been completely cut off. Where did this descendant of the martial progenitor's line come from? The battle between Gu Fei and the little old man startled many cultivators who were watching Yao Yu's tribulation. Some of them recognized the Hellion clan leader and couldn't help but be shocked. You destroyed Hellion Mo's physical body. Even if you are the descendant of the martial progenitor's line, you still have to die. The little old man's words were extremely cold. Then he once again left behind an afterimage on his original spot. His real body was already charging towards the thousands of feet tall Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. Too powerful. Chapter 2058. One of the ancestors of the Hellion clan was a small old man. In order to kill Gu Fei, the Hellion clan head didn't hesitate to wake this old man up from his slumber. However, this old man was also very powerful. With a single move, he completely suppressed Gu Fei and directly pierced through Gu Fei's powerful martial body with a single palm strike. Bam! Gu Fei was flung away. This old man was too strong, and his speed was also extremely fast. Without using the 8 steps extreme speed, Gu Fei actually couldn't dodge his opponent's attack. The old man's attack was simple, but it was fast. A powerful force directly penetrated his body, causing great damage to Gu Fei's internal organs. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Gu Fei's mouth. He turned around and left. Swish! He took a step forward in the void, and with a single step his entire person appeared 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that even the little old man was shocked. Where are you going? There was no way the old man would let Gu Fei go, because if this descendant of the martial ancestor was allowed to grow, it would definitely be a huge problem for the Hellion clan. Swish! The old man also stepped in the air and chased after Gu Fei. The two of them were extremely fast. Most cultivators would simply be incapable of seeing them. In just a flash, the two experts had flown far away, disappearing into the horizon. Gu Fei, you are dead this time. The Hellion clan head held the divine spear and chased after the two. The Hellion clan's ancestral weapon was still in his hands. But now, it seemed that even without the ancestral weapon, he could still kill Gu Fei. Let's go and take a look. Some people didn't want to miss a battle of this level. They also leaped up and turned into divine light, chasing after the two. A battle of this level seemed to be even more attractive than Yao Yu's tribulation. Rumble! The tribulation clouds were tumbling, and the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty. She had already endured 7 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, and now the 8th one was about to descend. This was an extremely cold tribulation of ice and snow. Under the cover of the tribulation clouds, it began to snow. An extremely cold air descended from the sky, as if it was going to freeze the world. By this time, Gu Fei had already left. Master, under the tribulation clouds, Yao Yu sensed Gu Fei's departure and couldn't help but feel nervous. However, she quickly adjusted her mental state and faced the eighth wave of tribulation head-on. Yao Yu's heavenly tribulation shocked everyone. All the cultivators within a radius of 5,000 kilometers were able to sense the powerful ripples coming from heaven and earth. Many powerful cultivators had already soared into the sky and chased after the Hellion family head. They wanted to watch the battle, Gu Fei versus the Hellion family's patriarch. For some true experts, the attraction of this battle was much greater than Yao Yu's tribulation. Some people began to send out jade talismans to inform others to come and watch the battle. Only cultivators below the immortal god stage would stay behind to watch Yao Yu's tribulation. This way, there wouldn't be many people who could threaten Yao Yu. Moreover, no one knew the relationship between Yao Yu and Gu Fei. Swish! At this moment, two figures constantly flashed in the void. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. With every step, his entire body would instantly disappear. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of kilometers away. He used the 8 steps extreme speed with all his might. His speed was definitely the fastest under the sage stage. Among the great perfection quasi-sages, no one could catch up to him. However, the old man from the Hellion family was truly terrifying. This old man kept chasing behind Gu Fei. Even though Gu Fei used the 8 steps extreme speed, he still couldn't get rid of this old man. Swish! The skinny figure flickered in and out of existence in the void. Every time he appeared, he would be hundreds of kilometers away. This speed was actually comparable to Gu Fei's. This old man also mastered a unique movement technique. Although this movement technique couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed, this old man had the body of a sage. The sacred body of a sage was incomparably strong. Even Gu Fei's current martial body couldn't be compared to this sacred body. This was because this sacred body had immortal divinity. The strength of a sacred body wasn't something that Gu Fei could imagine. Little fella, accept your death obediently. Don't struggle. You are not a match for your great-grandfather. The old man's aged voice sounded behind Gu Fei. At this moment, a thunderbolt appeared in the palm of the old man's right hand. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out from the little old man's hand. A bolt of purple lightning rushed out from the little old man's palm and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Palm of thunder. Gu Fei was taken aback. In an instant, he felt his entire body shake. A numb feeling spread from his back to his entire body. *T. Without thinking, he immediately used the anti-emptiness secret technique. His body immediately became a blur, as if he was about to completely blend into the void around him. Uft! A skinny hand pierced through Gu Fei's back and came out from his chest. On the arm, there were faint traces of Dao patterns, as if it was a sacred weapon. However, the little old man instantly felt that something was amiss. His right hand felt as though it was stuck in cotton, and he couldn't exert any strength. How could this be? The sudden change caused the little old man to be taken aback. Bang! Just at that moment, a fist suddenly appeared and violently smashed onto the little old man's nearly bald head. The powerful force caused ripples to appear on the skin of the little old man's head. The old man was sent flying by the sudden punch. He was dizzy and disoriented. Even if he had a sacred body, he would still feel uncomfortable after taking a punch from Gu Fei. Good heavens! The old man was shocked. He had never thought that he would be hit in the head by a young man. What kind of secret technique was his opponent using? Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei's illusory body suddenly solidified as a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although he had used the anti-emptiness secret technique to negate most of the power from the little old man's attack, it still impacted his martial body. There was no time to lose. Gu Fei immediately attacked. He instantly approached the old man and punched with his right fist. This punch landed heavily on the old man's chest. At the same time that he sent the old man flying, his left leg was like a divine whip. It swept out and kicked the old man's bald head. His head was hit again. Although the old man had an immortal sacred body, Gu Fei's strength was shocking. Although it was difficult to hurt him, it was enough to make him dizzy for a short period of time. Gu Fei took advantage of this short period of time and attacked continuously. Bang! 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 The little old man lost his footing in one move and was struck consecutively. Gu Fei's strength continued to rise. He had already activated the secret art of ascension, and with every punch and kick he sent out, the explosive power would multiply. This round of attacks that were as fast as lightning struck the little old man until he could not tell which way was north. However, just as Gu Fei was about to kick the old man's face, a skinny hand suddenly grabbed his calf. What Gu Fei was shocked. The old man had gotten used to such attacks so quickly. He actually grabbed his calf. This was terrible. Hee brat, isn't it satisfying to fight? The old man grinned at Gu Fei. Phew! Then Gu Fei was swung up by the old man and smashed into the ground. Boom! Gu Fei fell from the sky like a meteorite, causing the ground to shake. Dust filled the air and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The soil kept sinking. Kacha! Purple lightning appeared on the old man's hands. He kept punching downwards. Rays of purple lightning tore through the sky and struck down on the pit. Rumble! Loud noises kept coming from the pit. The destructive power of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc in the pit. The pit on the ground kept collapsing and dust filled the air. That was fun. Now, I want you to taste what it feels like to be struck by lightning. The expression on the little old man's face was incomparably malevolent. It had been a very long time since he had been beaten up, so miserably. Now, he had actually been beaten to the point of being dizzy and disoriented by a little brat of the younger generation. To a person who had once been so high and mighty, this was absolutely a great humiliation. On the old man's bald head, there were still Gu Fei's footprints. Feels good, right? The old man was almost crazy. His hands kept pressing downwards. The purple lightning became stronger and stronger. This was a great technique that the old man had cultivated. It was many times stronger than the normal thunder palm. Purple thunderbolts tore through the void. Wherever the thunderbolts passed, they left pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Roar! From the pit, Gu Fei's angry roar could be heard. What? He's not dead? The old man was shocked. His great technique could even tear through the sky. Yet it couldn't kill this young kid. Could it be that this kid's martial body was so strong that it was almost at the level of a holy weapon? Very good. This way we can play slowly. Although the old man's words were calm, the killing intent in his voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Boom! Just as the old man was about to toy with Gu Fei to death, a shocking aura exploded from the pit. Then a figure shot up into the sky from the purple lightning. 20 times ascension secret technique. Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with all his might. Boundless energy exploded from his body. As if he had summoned the power of an ancient martial lord, streams of chaotic aura surged from his body. Like chaotic lightning, they circled around Gu Fei's body. Whoosh! Gu Fei did not attack the old man. Instead, he used the 8 steps extreme speed and rushed into the sky. This old man was too strong. Yi Futian was no match for him. This existence was as unfathomable as Ghost Emperor Fengdu of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Trying to escape? The old man's beady eyes narrowed. He disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Gu Fei. What? Chapter 2059. The show has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The old man's wizened voice rang out from behind Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that this old man had not displayed his true strength all this while? How could this be? This was going to be troublesome. Swoosh! Gu Fei felt a sharp pain on his back before a withered palm pierced through his clothes. This was a blood-colored palm that was stained with his own blood. This time around, Gu Fei was not so lucky. His physical body was pierced through by the old man. Even a greater mastery, quasi-sage martial body, could not withstand a single strike from the old man. Damn it! Gu Fei hurriedly tried to use his anti-void secret skill. But just at this moment, the blood-colored arm that had pierced through his chest surged with a tremendous force. Bam! Before Gu Fei could react, his entire martial body exploded. His tendons, bones, and flesh flew everywhere as a blood mist appeared high up in the sky. Seems like the successor of the martial ancestor's lineage is only SOSO. The old man's face revealed a look of disdain, but in reality, deep down in his heart, he was moved. To think that a greater mastery quasi-sage who was not a sage could destroy the physical body of a sage. Even if he were to tell others about this, no one would believe him. One must know that even if a sage who had sealed himself up stood there and allowed a greater mastery quasi-sage to attack him, the greater mastery quasi-sage would not be able to kill him. The undying sage body of a sage could only be damaged by a sage weapon. The only person who could kill a sage was an even stronger sage. Just then, the countless pieces of flesh in the sky started glowing. Every single piece of flesh, and even every single drop of blood, was emitting a strong life force. Rebirth from a single drop of blood. The old man's eyes lit up. The successor of the martial ancestor's lineage had yet to become a sage. To think that he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This little fella's life force was really strong. All the pieces of flesh were moving and gathering together rapidly. His tendons, bones, and flesh were reassembling. Soon, a figure appeared in the sky. Forcing me to risk my life won't do any good. Gu Fei said coldly. His martial body had already reached the point where he could be reborn from a drop of blood. It was impossible for a physical attack to truly injure his vitality. Brat, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this since the great, desolate world was shattered. The little old man narrowed his pea-sized eyes, and within the slits of his eyes there was a glint overflowing. He swept his gaze over to Gu Fei, and his tone was incomparably calm. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Io, you're still very arrogant, huh? Do you think that I can't kill you? This old man is not like that idiot, Hellion M.O. The cold light in the little old man's eyes intensified. That icy killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Then you can give it a try. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that he had encountered the most dangerous opponent since his debut. The little old man seemed to be so old that he was about to be buried. But Gu Fei knew that the little old man's strength was probably not weaker than Ghost Emperor Fengdu of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was one of the strongest supreme existences of the soaring dragon ancestral star. I can kill you without using an ancestral artifact. The little old man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Almost at the same time, a skinny arm suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and grabbed at his heart. Chaotic reversal. The moment the little old man's fingertips touched Gu Fei's clothes, Gu Fei's secret art of the immortal path finally unleashed its unimaginable power. Buzz. A ring of transparent ripples spread from his body. Then the little old man's arm streaked to the side, as if it was moved by some mysterious force. What? At this moment, the little old man's figure appeared in the void in front of Gu Fei. The little old man was shocked. Since his debut, he had never encountered something like this. His attack was actually moved away. This was something that had never happened in the past millions of years. Moreover, the old man found it inconceivable that the person who moved his arm to the side was only a great circle quasi-sage. How could such a little fella have such an ability? This made the old man's mung bean eyes widen so much that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be the legendary, While the little old man was still in shock, Gu Fei had already grabbed the little old man's arm that was moving past him. Then a divine light shot out from the center of his brows. Roar! In that instant, the little old man sensed extreme danger. He instinctively broke free from Gu Fei's grip and threw his head back. At the same time, his body flew backwards. However, no matter how fast the little old man's reactions were, he only managed to avoid being hit in the center of his brows. The corner of his eye was still struck by the purple light that had shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. His brow bone shattered, and saint blood flowed out. How is this possible? The little old man could sense that the purple light that had injured his saint physique contained the power of the great Tao. This was a powerful force that could injure a saint physique. Only the power of the great Tao could injure a saint physique. Could it be that Hellion Mo fell to this kid's move? The little old man was extremely shocked. The power of the primordial spirit transformed into a sword of the way. How was this possible? Didn't the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal path disappear over the years? He had started his cultivation much earlier than Hellion Mo, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Even so, he had never truly witnessed the various unbelievable powers of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He had only heard of them. It must be said that even in the ancient Taoism, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were no longer complete. What a pity! Just as the little old man was in shock, Gu Fei felt extremely regretful. He had lost a rare opportunity to heavily injure the little old man. Who would have thought that the little old man's reaction speed would be so fast? Even the speed of the primordial spirit, sword of the way, could not pierce through the center of his brows and destroy his Niwen palace. As Gu Fei willed it, another brilliant ray of purple light shot out from between his brows. It turned into a purple sword of the way that pulsed with the power of the great Tao. It pierced towards the little old man. It really is the primordial spirit, sword of the way. The little old man recognized this secret technique, and his pair of mung bean-like eyes immediately lit up, shining as brightly as the stars in the sky. Who would not covet the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Who would not want to obtain them? Even the little old man, who had already become a saint, was no exception. After all, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were unparalleled secret techniques created by the Supreme Elder. The little old man extended a hand and shattered the primordial spirit, sword of the way, that shot towards him. Then he used a great technique. Endless lightning surged from his body, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Chapter 2060. The old man from the Hellion clan used the power of thunder and lightning to seal the surroundings, trapping Gu Fei in a terrifying web of thunder and lightning. The 9 esoterics of the immortal path made even super antiques like him, who had long since become a saint, jealous. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path, and I will forget the grudge between you and the Hellion clan. The old man seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of thunder. His entire body emitted bolts of purple lightning. Every bolt of purple lightning was a type of Tao. You cultivate the Tao of thunder. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This old man wasn't simple. He had cultivated the destructive power of thunder and lightning. In ancient times, there was a saying that all 3,000 Taoists could become saints. However, throughout the ages, most cultivators only cultivated the 5 elements, yin and yang and chaos. There were also some cultivators who cultivated the Tao of wind and thunder. However, the Tao of wind and thunder were relatively unpopular, and very few people cultivated them. The 5 elements, yin, yang, wind, and thunder, were the 9 great Taoists. There were countless great Taoists that extended from these great Taoists. The 3,000 great Taoists were just an imaginary number. The ancestor of the Hellion clan cultivated the Tao of thunder. We'll talk if you can kill me. Gu Fei coldly snorted. An astonishing power surged out of his body and blocked all the purple lightning around him, making it difficult for it to approach him. Very well. The little old man smiled, the wrinkles all over his face moving like worms, giving him an indescribably strange look. The Tao of Thunder was one of the 9 great Taos. The power of this Tao represented destruction. One should know that the power of God's retribution was mostly thunder. Then I will have to kill you. The old man pointed at the sky and pointed at the ground. Boom! The sound of thunder immediately came from the sky. The little old man used a great magic power and actually attracted the divine thunder of the 9th heaven. Dazzling bolts of lightning began to appear in the sky. An extremely terrifying heavens might descended from the sky. When he saw this scene, even if Gu Fei's heart was incomparably firm, he couldn't help but change. This little old man actually wanted to carry out punishment on behalf of the heavens. This sort of method was simply borrowing the power of heavenly tribulation. Brat, today your ancestor will let you experience what it means to be struck by lightning. Rumble! At the same time, the earth began to tremble, and a powerful aura of annihilation surged out from the depths of the earth. There were heavenly thunders in the sky, and there were landmines on the ground. This was a veritable, inescapable net. The power of heaven and earth interweaved, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. At this moment, in Gu Fei's inner world, a peerless, ominous saber was floating in the air. The spiritual energy of the world was madly gathering towards this peerless, ominous saber. What happened? Why is Skyblade acting like this? In the inner world of Gu Fei's Dantian, all the creatures were alarmed by the unusual movements of the peerless, ominous saber. Even Gu Zhong and the others who were cultivating in seclusion came out of their seclusion. Master is in danger. Gu Zhong looked at the peerless, ominous saber in the sky and couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The peerless, ominous saber was guarding this inner world. Unless it was a critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei would not use this ominous saber with the strongest killing intent since ancient times. If Gu Fei was forced to use the peerless, ominous saber, then Gu Fei's current situation would definitely be extremely dangerous. What exactly happened outside? The 12 great bandits were also uncertain. The peerless, ominous saber emitted an extremely terrifying, murderous aura, causing their souls to tremble. A fear that originated from the depths of their souls surged into their hearts. A supreme artifact. The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge, one of the 12 great bandits, was very knowledgeable. The divine saber in the sky was automatically devouring the world. Just the wisp of murderous aura it emitted made people feel helpless, even when facing a saint who had sealed himself. Zhuge didn't have such a feeling of being unable to resist. He couldn't even think of resisting. Just as the peerless, ominous saber was frantically gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, who was outside the inner world, encountered a great danger. Heavenly lightning and landmines appeared at the same time and bombarded him. The little old man had actually attracted the power of heaven. The power of heaven was incomparably powerful. Countless divine lightning exploded around Gu Fei's body, directly smashing his protective gang qi and directly bombarding his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and was instantly drowned by the endless lightning of heaven and earth. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Above the sky, below the ground, endless lightning interweaved. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, a spatial crack would appear in the void. The lightning of heaven and earth could tear apart heaven and earth and destroy everything. This was one of the little old man's trump cards. What is that? At this time, the Hellion family head arrived with the ancestral qi of his family. When the Hellion family head saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Tribulation lightning descended from the sky, and chaotic lightning surged from the depths of the earth. The void within a radius of dozens of miles was completely enveloped by lightning, forming an incomparably huge lightning field. The little old man conjured the lightning god domain. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive. The consequences of the old ancestors' display of might are severe. The Hellion family head sighed. This old ancestor was the most troublesome and powerful among the 3 old ancestors of the Hellion family. This old ancestor was even more terrifying than the other 2 old ancestors combined. Humph, Gu Fei, you will die this time. Although the Hellion family head was shocked, he knew that no one could survive if this old ancestor wanted to kill them. Although Gu Fei was strong, he was only a great perfection, quasi-sage. In the Hellion family head's opinion, it was a miracle that Gu Fei could destroy Hellion Mo's sage physique. But now, such a miracle would never happen again. How terrifying! Is someone undergoing tribulation again? The other experts arrived one after another. They didn't know what was happening, but the first thought that appeared in their minds was that someone had attracted the heavenly tribulation and was undergoing tribulation again. But very quickly their expressions changed. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation. Although the lightning ahead was powerful, it was lacking something. What the lightning in front of them lacked was the tribulation-attracting power that was unique to the heavenly tribulation. No one could sense the tribulation-attracting power in the dark. Someone is using a heaven-shaking sacred art. Some of the experts quickly realized what was going on, and someone cried out in surprise. It's the old ancestor of the Hellion family. Everyone knew that the Hellion family was going to kill Gu Fei. Even the Hellion family head had come personally. Moreover, it seemed like the Hellion family head had become the little old man's follower. Chapter 2061. The little old man's hair stood on end as he unleashed the full power of the god of Thunder Domain. The space around Gu Fei was completely cut off, as if it had been cut out of the world. Rumble! The divine thunder that fell from the sky was all guided into the god of Thunder Domain, turning into destructive lightning that bombarded Gu Fei. The endless purple lightning formed a huge ball of lightning, wrapping Gu Fei inside. The scene was extremely frightening. Roar! Gu Fei's roar kept coming from the huge ball of lightning. Although his martial body was strong, it had been pierced through by the terrifying lightning more than a dozen times. The protective vigor, Qi, couldn't completely block the power of lightning around him. However, Gu Fei cultivated the Ascension secret technique. His body that was pierced by the divine thunder quickly healed, as if he had never been injured. All principles of truth. At the same time that Gu Fei used the Ascension secret technique, he also used another heaven-defying secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the truth secret technique. As soon as this secret technique was used, the surrounding power of lightning immediately turned into specks of spiritual light. The power of destruction was dissolved by the truth force, turning into the most primitive spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, which was then absorbed by the martial body. What? In the god of Thunder Domain, the little old man immediately noticed this phenomenon on Gu Fei's body. The power of lightning that he attracted was turned into primitive spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, which was then absorbed by Gu Fei. How is this possible? Although the little old man was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never encountered such a thing. Although he knew about the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he didn't know what the 9 powers were. The power of lightning was constantly refined by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's power was increasing. In this way, he had an inexhaustible amount of power. Humph, old man, it won't be that easy to kill me. Gu Fei's voice came from the ball of lightning. Even the endless thunder could not cover his voice. Good lad! The little old man's entire body radiated with purple lightning. His expression turned malevolent. The strength of his opponent had far exceeded his expectations. It was no wonder that Hellion Mo had suffered a loss at the hands of this brat. I don't believe I can't kill you. The little old man was furious. Then he stretched out his right hand. The head of the Hellion clan, who was outside the lightning domain, felt his hands tremble. The purple divine spear that he was hugging immediately turned into a purple electric light, instantly flying into the lightning domain in front of him. An ancestral item. The ancestor is actually going to use an ancestral item. Seeing his ancestral item fly away, The Hellion family head was startled. Was Gu Fei really that powerful? He actually forced the patriarch to use his ancestral item. The Hellion family patriarch's face turned ugly. This Gu Fei was definitely a great enemy of the Hellion family. If they couldn't kill him now, then the Hellion family would be out of luck. If this Gu Fei was allowed to become a saint, then no one in the entire Hellion family would be his opponent. At that time, the Hellion family would most likely be annihilated. When the Hellion family patriarch thought of this, a layer of cold sweat unknowingly appeared on his body, drenching his clothes. Boom! At this moment, the ball of lightning in the sky suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy fluctuation that caused people's hearts to tremble. In the instant that the little old man caught the purple divine spear, a shocking power of lightning erupted from the divine spear. The power of the entire lightning domain instantly increased by more than 10 times. Swish! 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 9 resplendent purple lightning rushed out from the divine spear. Those were 9 great Tao divine marks in the shape of lightning. The 9 thunder divine marks rushed out, instantly piercing through the protective chi on Gu Fei's body and penetrating through Gu Fei's martial body. The martial thunder divine marks passed through his body, and Gu Fei's entire body was numb from the electricity. Electricity constantly circled around his body. These were injuries of the great Tao, and the wounds were difficult to heal. They were constantly oozing blood, and the 9 bloody holes that went through his body were a bloody mess. Roar! Gu Fei's body trembled, and he roared at the sky. The power of immortal transformation exploded from his body, and the 9 bloody wounds began to heal. His flesh, tendons, and bones were all surging. The power of the great Tao attached to the wounds was dispelled by the power of immortal transformation. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were secret arts that defied the natural order. Even injuries of the great Tao could be healed. What a powerful life force! In the lightning domain, even the slightest change could not escape the little old man's senses. The 9 wounds on Gu Fei's body quickly healed. So what if it's like this? The little old man laughed coldly. He shook the divine spear in his hand. Boom! The divine spear immediately let out a rumble, and ancient divine marks vaguely appeared on its surface, showing signs of awakening. A vast power of the divine path spread from the divine spear. Although this power was not very strong, and it did not have the kind of powerful ripples that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it still gave people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. A saint implement. Gu Fei sensed the ripples of power and could not help but be shocked. This saint implement was not simple, and it was not a saint implement that ordinary saints could refine. One had to know that ordinary saint implements had not yet been tempered with the power of the divine path. They would definitely be sharp and powerful, and the power of the divine path would shoot to the sky. However, the power of the divine path in this saint implement had become extremely smooth, and the edges of the power of the divine path had been polished away. Although this kind of power of the divine path did not have the characteristic of being sharp, it had become even more powerful and terrifying. This was a saint implement that an expert of the divine path had refined. Die. A shocking, murderous aura burst from a skinny figure, and the temperature of the entire void dropped rapidly. Endless power of lightning gathered at the center at the same time. The domain of lightning was shrinking rapidly. The little old man wanted to burn Gu Fei to death in the domain of lightning. As the domain of lightning continued to shrink, the power of lightning increased exponentially, and the ripples of destruction caused terrifying cracks to appear in the entire void. This kind of power was enough to destroy a part of the void countless times over. Damn it! Gu Fei felt an extremely threatening aura. This time he felt that if he was not careful, he would lose his life there. If I become a saint, these old antiques will not be a match for me. Gu Fei knew that the little old man from the Hellion family wanted to kill him with the power and knowledge of a saint. It should be known that his opponent was a super antique who who had become a saint in ancient times. He was a terrifying existence comparable to Ghost Emperor Fengdu of the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Haha, let's see what you do this time. Beg me. I might become soft-hearted and not kill you. Beg me. Chapter 2062. Rumble! Billions of bolts of lightning wreaked havoc in the air. The void was filled with lightning, and there was only the power of destruction in the void. The domain of lightning contracted rapidly, destroying everything in its path. The little old man was furious. He used the ancestral weapon of the Hellion clan to lock down the entire domain of lightning. At this time, even those saints who had sealed themselves would not be able to escape. Beg me. Why don't you beg me? Haha! The little old man was extremely pleased. It felt great to be able to trample the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor. One should know that every successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor was an earth-shattering existence. In ancient times, there were even a few successors of the bloodline of martial ancestor that were strong enough to kill saints. I beg you, Tui, it's not certain who will be the one to die. Gu Fei sneered. The little old man really thought that he had complete control of the situation. Gu Fei had yet to use his true trump card, but the little old man did not know that Gu Fei still had a trump card up his sleeve. Hiding one's strength was the best way to save one's life. This way, others would not know of one's true strength, and they would be hesitant to act rashly. On Buzhou Ancestral Star, no one knew that Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon on him. Ha ha ha, I can't help but admire you. You still refuse to lower your head even in the face of death, as expected of the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor. The little old man was still laughing. Although Gu Fei was strong, his opponent was the little old man. The outcome was already decided. Could this youngster really defy the heavens? Come, let's see if you can really kill me. Gu Fei's voice rang out. He was still unyielding. Chaotic true force surged throughout his body, and he even sat down cross-legged, operating the 9 secrets of immortal Tao with all his might to resist the destructive power of thunder and lightning that came from all directions. The secret art of ascension, the secret art of ascension, and the secret art of purity were operating continuously in Gu Fei's body. Blinding lightning kept piercing his martial body, but he still did not fall. Even the little old man was moved by Gu Fei's unyielding fighting spirit. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao are indeed extraordinary. The little old man knew that if it was any other great perfection quasi-sage, he would have long destroyed both his body and soul. Only the successor of the martial ancestor's lineage could be so strong and not die yet. But this time there would be no miracle. Haha, Gu Fei, I have to say that you are a genius. However, if a genius shows off too much, he will still die. In the distant sky, the Hellion family head was laughing heartily. With the old ancestor making a move and even using the supreme ancestral artifact that the Hellion family would not easily use, Gu Fei was definitely going to die. The head of the Hellion family was very clear about the power of that ancestral artifact. It was not a coincidence that the Hellion family was able to become the second strongest power in the Central Plains. It was inevitable. Even if the 3 great ancestors of the Hellion clan hadn't woken up from their deep slumber, no one dared to have any thoughts about the Hellion clan. That was because after countless years, the Hellion clan had gradually declined, but it was still a giant. This clan had an ancestral artifact that could intimidate everyone. After Hellion Mo woke up from his deep slumber, the Hellion clan began to develop rapidly. In just 10,000 years, the Hellion clan had become the second strongest power in the Central Plains. The foundation of the Hellion clan was definitely not weak. A genius has been killed. It's nothing much to bully the weak. A few cultivators couldn't help but mutter at this scene. In their opinion, Gu Fei could not possibly be a match for the old ancestor of the Hellion clan. This old ancestor of the Hellion clan was definitely one of the strongest people in the entire ancestral star of Buzhou. Rumble! the huge lightning god domain quickly shrunk to a few meters in size. The power of lightning within was already extremely powerful. Each bolt of lightning could pierce through Gu Fei's martial body. It was too powerful. Even a great perfection quasi-sage would be completely destroyed if they were trapped by this domain. So what if you're a genius? Die. The little old man held the supreme ancestral artifact of the Hellion clan and charged towards Gu Fei. The ancestral artifact in his hand was constantly vibrating as if it was about to fly out of his hand. Boundless power of lightning exploded on the purple divine spear in the little old man's hand. 9 lightning-shaped Tao patterns rushed out from the divine spear once again. This time, the 9 divine lights were too dazzling. They instantly tore through the void and bombarded fiercely on Gu Fei's body, piercing through Gu Fei's martial body once again. However, it was different this time. Gu Fei's martial body was collapsing. The power of the divine Tao was destroying the vitality of his martial body. 9 bloody holes were a shocking sight. This Gu Fei felt that his martial body was collapsing. This was no small matter. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the little old man had already charged over. He held the purple divine spear and stabbed it towards Gu Fei's forehead. He was going to launch the final attack to end Gu Fei's life. Just as the divine spear was about to pierce Gu Fei, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then a terrifying aura burst from his dantian. Boom! A heavenly way exuded boundless murderous aura. It rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the little old man opposite him. What? The little old man felt the unparalleled ferocity and his entire body went cold. Without any hesitation, the little old man hurriedly retreated. He wanted to dodge the attack, but the unparalleled murderous blade was extremely fast. Where the blade flashed, an arm fell off. Roar! The little old man roared and rushed away. The murderous aura entered his body. The impact he received was far more severe than having an arm chopped off. It was the little old man's left arm that was chopped off from the shoulder down. Dust was falling from the wound. It was the murderous aura that was corroding the little old man's body. Within a few breaths, the little old man's left shoulder turned into dust. It was corroded by the murderous aura. Even a saint's body was crumbling. That was an immortal saint's body. To be able to injure a saint's body to such an extent, only the legendary saint's weapon was capable of doing so. How is this possible? The little old man had almost gone crazy. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill Gu Fei on the spot with just one more attack. However, he had never imagined that just as he was about to end Gu Fei's life, Gu Fei would also want to kill him with a single attack. You have a heavenly way weapon. The little old man was desperate. Even someone as strong as him could not escape death after being slashed by the peerless, murderous blade. Chapter 2063. I hate you. The little old man had lived for countless years, but he never thought that he would fail miserably in such an easy task. He was plotted against by a junior. Even with the Hellion family's ancestral weapon in the domain of lightning, it was still difficult to compete with the extreme saint weapon refined by a real extreme saint. The unparalleled murderous blade broke through the domain of lightning in an instant, then chopped off one of the little old man's arms. The extremely powerful murderous aura rapidly corroded the little old man's skinny body. This was the most ferocious, murderous blade in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Even a great accomplishment saint would be reduced to ashes after being hit by this murderous blade. Moreover, even if the little old man completely undid the seal on his body and completely recovered his saint cultivation, he was still not a great accomplishment saint. The little old man's body gradually turned into gray dust and dissipated in the void. His body and soul were both destroyed just like that. Such an ending was beyond everyone's expectations. A powerful saint who had sealed himself died just like that. All of this seemed so unreal. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. although he was unwilling, although he wanted to resist the terrifying murderous aura that invaded his body, all of this was futile. Unless the little old man escaped his primordial spirit the moment before the unparalleled, murderous blade chopped his arm, he might have been able to save his life. One should know that the unparalleled murderous blade was a murderous blade. This murderous blade must have killed countless living beings in order to gather such a monstrous, murderous aura. To a certain extent, the murderous aura of the unparalleled murderous blade was much more terrifying than the murderous aura of the violet gold divine sword. As long as one was hit by this murderous blade, one would basically die. How is this possible? At this moment, the Hellion family head's eyes were red. He had witnessed the most powerful, great ancestor of the family being killed in front of his eyes. He could not believe it. How could someone as powerful as the great ancestor die? Even his primordial spirit could not escape. This was the most thorough way to die in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei, the head of the Hellion family, looked at Gu Fei, who was holding the purple divine spear in his hand, and gnashed his teeth. He wished he could pounce on him and tear him into pieces. However, the Hellion family head wasn't an impulsive person. He was very patient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Hellion family head. The little old man died, his body turning into ashes, scattering between heaven and earth. No one could have imagined that a sage who had once dominated the ancient times would end up like this. Everyone who was watching the battle could not recover from the shock for a long time. Schwa, the Hellion family, had directly crushed a teleportation talisman, and a mass of divine light instantly enveloped him. Then he escaped into the void and disappeared. Gu Fei was a decisive killer. Even the old ancestor of the clan was not a match for him, let alone Gu Fei. If he didn't leave and waited for Gu Fei to come back to his senses, he would be the one to die. Haha! Gu Fei held the purple divine spear in his hand, feeling the powerful energy contained in it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a great completion sacred weapon. A great completion sacred weapon was a sacred weapon refined by a great saint. This kind of sacred weapon was much stronger than ordinary sacred weapons. It was the king of sacred weapons. Gu Zhong still doesn't have a decent weapon. This purple divine spear, I'll give it to him. At this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Then he suddenly turned around and scanned the surroundings with his cold eyes. You're lucky to escape. Gu Fei turned around and left. He had killed an old ancestor of the Hellion family. The Hellion family would definitely be shaken. This had already shaken the foundation of the Hellion family, especially when the ancestral weapon of the Hellion family was taken away by Gu Fei. The Hellion family could be said to have suffered a great loss. Moreover, in this great era, the Hellion family had suffered a great blow. It could be said that the Hellion family was really unlucky to have such a thing happen at such an important time. The few geniuses of the family would probably not be able to come out. No one dared to follow Gu Fei, not even the spies of the major powers, because the Hellion family was a superpower in the central prefecture. The consequences of offending Gu Fei were obvious to all. The old ancestor is dead. Soon, angry roars came from the ancestral court of the Hellion family. All the experts in the ancestral court of the Hellion family who were in seclusion came out. Kill Gu Fei. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely become a big problem for the family. No matter the price, we won't stop until we kill Gu Fei. Someone roared. In the ancestral court, there were no less than 10 experts of the Hellion family. These people were the backbone of the Hellion family. At this moment, the head of the Hellion family was sitting on a high seat, looking coldly at the people below who were venting and roaring. In his opinion, even if these people attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. Could it be that we have to invite the last old ancestor? The head of the Hellion family hesitated. It should be known that this was the last old ancestor of the Hellion family who could deter everyone. If even this old ancestor wasn't a match for Gu Fei, then the Hellion family would be in danger. The deterrent power of a superpower could not be lost. Once the deterrent power of the family was lost, then this family would be targeted by other great powers. The head of the Hellion family didn't dare to take the risk. If the ancestral artifact was still there, he would still take the risk. It seems like I have to think of another way to kill Gu Fei. The head of the Hellion family had a headache, but soon he suddenly thought of a person. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, Gu Fei had already returned to his inner world. The ominous saber once again flew into the depths of this world. Gu Zhong and the other people who were startled by the ominous saber were anxiously waiting. When they saw the saber fly back, they were extremely excited. Since the ominous saber could fly back, it meant that Gu Fei wasn't dead. "Greetings, Master." When they saw a figure coming from afar, Gu Zhong, Old Dragon, Yao Yu, and the 3 disciples of Gu Fei went to greet the person and saluted. This time, the ominous saber created a strange phenomenon. It crazily and autonomously devoured the spiritual energy of this world. This kind of fluctuation was too big. Even Old Dragon, who was in a deep state of cultivation, was startled. "Gu Fei, you're not dead yet." At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Then, a woman in purple walked over. Everyone was shocked when they heard this voice. Someone actually dared to talk to Gu Fei like that. However, when they saw this person, they suddenly understood. So it was her. "Little girl Zhongli, how have you been here? Weren't you still in seclusion? Have you already come out?" Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this girl in purple. After Zhong, Li Meng had been sucked into his inner world. She hadn't had a chance to come out. Chapter 2064. Gu Fei's return caused everyone to be extremely excited. The previously interrupted sacred blood tempering could once again be carried out. Boom! A large cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's hand, and a medicinal fragrance wafted out from the large cauldron. Upon smelling the medicinal fragrance, everyone's spirits were roused, and the power within their bodies seemed to be on the verge of boiling. Zhong Limeng and Old Jiao jumped into the cauldron without hesitation. That was the legendary divine medicine refined from sacred blood. Every drop of sacred blood was precious blood. It was comparable to the rare king of medicine. The sacred blood contained an immortal divinity. That was the most important thing. Gu Fei continued to refine everyone's bodies. The Meng clan was surprised and happy. Meng Long was so excited that his body was trembling. He knew what this meant to him. The sacred blood refinement would gradually stimulate his body's potential. This was the key to opening the divine body treasure. The path of martial arts was to break through the limits of the human body and reappear the divine body treasure. At this time, the others who had already used the sacred blood to refine their bodies had left. The 12 bandits also went back to their seclusion. Only Gu Zhong was left behind by Gu Fei. "Master!" Gu Zhong wanted to say something, but stopped. He didn't know why his master asked him to stay behind. What he wanted to do the most was to continue his seclusion. After the sacred blood refinement, Gu Zhong had received great benefits. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. This was a chance to break through his shackles. Gu Zhong didn't want to miss such a chance. "This is for you." Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. On the spear, there were ancient patterns intertwining. One could faintly see purple lightning flashing on it. This is an immeasurably ancient aura surged forth, causing Gu Zhong to be pleasantly surprised. Without a doubt, the divine spear in his master's hand was definitely a saint artifact. A trace of divine path aura circled around the spear. "Master, this is for me. It really is for me." Gu Zhong was incomparably excited. Right now, he was lacking a suitable weapon. This purple divine spear was truly not bad. Furthermore, it was a saint weapon. The martial body of a martial artist was incomparably powerful. Ordinary divine weapons could not withstand their power. Only a few divine weapons could be used by martial artists. Gu Zhong was an almighty at the fourth heavenly layer. An almighty level divine weapon could barely withstand his strength. But to him, only a holy weapon was the most suitable weapon for him. Because the saint weapon was strong enough, it would not be easily destroyed. He could wield it freely without worrying that the weapon would suddenly break or be shattered by his own strength. Take it. Gu Fei directly threw the divine spear in his hand to Gu Zhong. Thank you, master. Gu Zhong hurriedly reached out to receive it. The moment Gu Zhong caught the purple divine spear, he felt his hand sink. The purple divine spear was unexpectedly heavy. He hurriedly tightened his grip. Even so, the purple divine spear almost fell from Gu Zhong's hand. So heavy, Gu Zhong was taken aback. He never imagined that the divine spear would be so heavy. He was aware of the strength in his hands. This was also the reason why he was shocked. All right, you can go now. Gu Fei knew that Gu Zhong's cultivation was already at a bottleneck. After being tempered by the saint blood, Gu Zhong's cultivation finally showed signs of breaking through. To Gu Fei, his disciple's cultivation had broken through. This was definitely a good thing. He was currently lacking a disciple that could stand on his own. Although Gu Zhong's cultivation was strong, he was only an almighty at the fourth heavenly layer. In this world, there were many people stronger than him. Only when his cultivation broke through to the fifth heavenly layer and became an emperor among almighties, would Gu Zhong have the strength to stand on his own. Otherwise, he would not be able to intimidate the descendants of the great clans and factions. Thank you, master, for bestowing this weapon. Gu Zhong bowed to Gu Fei before he left. Among the martial arts techniques, there was a divine ability to fuse weapons into one's body. Gu Zhong wanted to refine this divine weapon into his body. This way, his martial body would become even stronger. At this moment, Zhongli Meng, an old flood dragon, rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Old flood dragon roared towards the sky. His voice reverberated in all directions. His qi and blood surged violently. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. Streams of dragon qi circled around his body. He was about to advance again. Master, I'm going. Old flood dragon's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. Then, old flood dragon revealed his true form. He turned into a red dragon that was 10,000 feet long and rushed towards the depths of the heavens and earth. Ever since he transformed into a dragon, old flood dragon's cultivation had not increased at all. Now, old flood dragon couldn't care less and left immediately. He wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Zhongli Meng was the same. After her physical body absorbed the essence of the saint blood, not only did it become incomparably strong, ordinary divine weapons would not be able to injure her, it also increased her cultivation by a lot. Zhongli Meng was no exception. She also wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and digest what she had comprehended. Then, in the Meng clan, with the help of Gu Fei, dozens of people successfully refined their bodies. After these, dozens of people came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Their qi and blood were extremely vigorous. They were more than twice as strong as before. These people all had the qualifications to embark on the path of martial arts. However, Gu Fei would not directly accept these people as his descendants. He did not have too much energy to teach these people. It was better to let Gu Zhong manage the people of the Meng clan. This would have to wait until Gu Zhong came out of seclusion to decide the fate of the people of the Meng clan. The people of the undead clan could not use the saint blood to refine their bodies. They were a different kind of living beings, but the saint blood contained powerful life force. Not to mention using the saint blood precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron to refine the undead treasure body of the undead clan. Even approaching the mountain and river cauldron would put these undead creatures in danger of having their souls destroyed. Gu Fei did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. The precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron still contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. He left the mountain and river cauldron here so that the other people of the Meng clan could also enter the cauldron to refine their bodies. As for Gu Fei himself, he took a step forward and directly came to the depths of this divine land. He sat cross-legged on a large rock beside a divine spring of life. He had comprehended something from the battle with the little old man, so he had to properly meditate on it. There were still 10 years before the ancient road of the human race in the central province immortal abode would open. During this period of time, Gu Fei wanted to improve his cultivation and strength as much as possible. It should be known that those who could set foot on the ancient road of the human race were not simple. There would definitely be a fierce battle on the ancient road of the human race. Chapter 2065. In the divine land, everyone was working hard to cultivate. The mortal world was a great world, and this was a chance for them to fight for the people they followed. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs rise to the heavens. As long as Gu Fei could become a saint, they would become the divine generals under the saint, possessing an incomparably revered status. The people in the divine land cultivated very quickly because the spiritual energy here was several times denser than the outside world. One had to know that there were several divine springs of life in the depths of the divine land. It was precisely because of the existence of these divine springs of life that this divine land could grow to its current level. This was a small world that was evolving into a real big world. Rumble! Suddenly, thunder sounded in the divine land. In a mountain range, the sky was dark and condensed into a tribulation cloud. A powerful might of heaven and earth came down from the tribulation cloud. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. The people in the divine land immediately noticed this phenomenon. Someone was talking to himself. In these years, there had been many people attracting tribulation. This was a rare sight in the outside world, but it was very common in the divine land. At this time, Gu Fei had been sitting on a boulder next to the divine spring for 5 or 6 years. He was evolving his Tao and constantly deducing it. At the same time, he was also learning from others. His aura was gradually changing. The 9 patterns became clearer, but in general, they were still blurry and would not truly appear. The process of going from complex to simple was very difficult. Even for Gu Fei, it was difficult to accomplish in one step. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort to deduce it. After the battle with the old man from the Hellion clan, Gu Fei's understanding of the Tao deepened. The old man's Tao was the lightning Tao, which was very rare. There were many things he could learn from. If he hadn't caught him off guard, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill the old man. This also proved one thing, and that was that an extreme holy weapon could kill a saint. As long as one was hit by an extreme holy weapon, even if a saint didn't die, his body would be destroyed. An extreme holy weapon was really too powerful. Even if it didn't awaken, as long as blood came out from any part of the body, the victim would be in danger of dying. What was a great killing weapon? This was a great killing weapon. Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. In his mind, he was still deducing various great Tao, using the Tao of others to verify his own Tao. In the blink of an eye, flowers bloomed and wilted. Another 3 years passed, and there was only 1 year left until the ancient road to the Immortal's Palace in the Middle Prefecture opened. Many things had happened in the central continent in the past 9 years, but Gu Fei had entered the inner world, so everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Roar! Just as the deadline of 10 years was about to end, a long howl suddenly rang out from the depths of the divine land one day. The howl shook the surroundings, startling the birds and beasts in the mountains and causing them to flee. It was a complete mess. Gu Zhong, you bastard! What are you shouting for? You're disturbing my cultivation. In the depths of the godly land, in a valley, cursing sounds could be heard. A purple-clothed girl angrily stood up from a praying mat. She was very unhappy. Master's eldest disciple is finally going to break through? In another region, in a cave, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a green Taoist robe walked out, waving a colorless feather fan in his hand. Senior brother has finally become a mighty emperor. Under a spiritual tree, a girl in yellow was sitting, cross-legged. At this moment, the girl in yellow opened her eyes. This girl was Yao Yu, who had passed the immortal god tribulation. Back when she was undergoing the tribulation, Gu Fei suddenly left, and Yao Yu was the only one who had passed the tribulation. Fortunately, no one knew about the relationship between her and Gu Fei, so no one attacked her when she had just passed the tribulation. Yao Yu was fully prepared. She had a jade talisman given to her by Gu Fei. As long as she crushed the jade talisman, she would be able to teleport into the godly land. After Yao Yu returned, Gu Fei had already gone into seclusion. However, Gu Fei had left behind the mountain and river cauldron. Yao Yu's physical body had been tempered by the divine blood. In these 9 years, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, Yao Yu was already in existence at the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm. She was just one step away from breaking through to the immortal king realm and becoming a female immortal king. Rumble! At this moment, the sky changed color and the tribulation clouds rose. Pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions, shrouding the region where Gu Zhong was at. Although he had only broken through a small realm, the heavens' tribulation that Gu Zhong had triggered was still somewhat terrifying. The destructive power spread in all directions, shocking all the living beings in the godly land. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning pierced through the sky and struck downwards. The heavens' tribulation was activated. The destructive power was released to its heart's content. The sky and earth shook. On top of a mountain stood a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth's eyes were like lightning as he allowed the lightning to strike his body. Too weak, a powerful electric current wreaked havoc on his body. However, this destructive lightning didn't even tear his clothes. A powerful aura spread from his body. The snake-like electric currents were immediately dispersed by the power that erupted from the white-clothed young man's body. Gu Zhong indeed had the same spirit as his master, Gu Fei. The stronger he met, the stronger he became. Even when facing the terrifying heavens tribulation, he didn't place it in his eyes at all. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, landing on Gu Zhong's body. He allowed the lightning to strike him as he stood there like an immortal mountain, unmoving. Too weak, too weak! Gu Zhong was still very relaxed, as though the heavens' tribulation was nothing more than a game. The duration of the heavens' tribulation wasn't long. This was only one of the 9 minor realms. According to past experience, breaking through a minor realm wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. In fact, some people wouldn't even trigger the heavens' tribulation. However, Gu Zhong was an exception. Not only did he trigger the heavens' tribulation, the might of the heavens' tribulation was comparable to the heavens' tribulation when others were breaking through. After more than 2 hours, the heavens' tribulation ended with Gu Zhong's ghostly wails and howls. The entire mountain had been shaved off by a third. A man with messy hair and a dirty face walked down from the mountain peak. His hair was standing straight up, and smoke was still coming out from his body. Too weak! The man was still mumbling to himself with a trembling voice. The first disciple of the Lord is really monstrous. The 12 bandits stopped in the sky and were shocked to see this scene. They had been watching Gu Zhong's tribulation from the beginning to the end. They realized that Gu Zhong didn't do anything to resist the heavens' tribulation. He allowed the lightning to strike for more than 2 hours. If it was any other almighty, they would have been struck to death countless times. The 10 years are up. The human race's ancient road will open in half a year.